It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreher, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
I'm here. Never fear, never fear. I'm here. I ran out of time there. Really raised the tension. Yeah, it's like right when I hit stream, a bunch of stuff just happened out of nowhere. And now I have to put on my glasses. It was a little too chill for you. A little too chill. Okay. Well. We are back. See, I don't even have my lights up. This is really poor planning on my part. The problem is if I do everything in the right order. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I don't know if you can hear that. That's one of my lights. One of my lights just... Wait, can you seriously not hear me still? Is that a thing? Well, let's go into the settings. Let's make sure we're... Yeah, okay, we're cooking. I thought I could hear myself. Maybe it's... Okay, thank you, Mandy. Mark, it might be you, brother. You guys are scaring me this morning. You guys are scaring me. Good morning. We're trying to chill. And I've already been working on a little something for us. Let's see. What's the chillest way to start this? Or actually, let's do it this way. And so if you watch something chill this week, some audio you'd like us to listen to, that could be nice. Feel free to send me a message on Discord. If not, I've got some ideas, but we're going to start with some music. And of course, if you do send me something on Discord, let me know in the comments so I'll make sure I see it. In the meantime, I think I'm going to go hunting on the Broken Clock Tower Discord. See what I find. If nobody has got an idea, I've actually got an idea, and it's to listen to Tim Keller from back in the day. And see, the thing is, Tim Keller, huge influence on our beloved PPK. Let's do this. Tim Keller. Tim Keller, Our Identity, the Christian Alternative to Late Modernity Story. Can y'all hear that?
He calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd and does not own the sheep, so when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. I am the good shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father. And I lay down my life for the sheep.
You guys seem kind of like grumpy about it.
I'm at the age where now former students of mine are presidents of colleges, and I appreciate Dr. Reichen's reminding everyone of that fact. And Phil Reichen will be the first to tell you what I'm about to do is not give you an expository message that even that
Came in with the humor.
passage that was just read to you, I'm not going to unfold it and march through it. Instead, I'm going to draw out 3 ideas from it that I think will help us address an issue that is an extraordinarily important issue in our cultural moment. In fact, just last month, New York Times Magazine ran an article, and we all read an article, called The Year We Obsessed About Our Identity. It was saying this is the year in which we're,
2015,
as a culture, finally obsessing
10
over
years
identity.
ago.
And so, what's identity?
November 11th,
I think it's at least 2
2015.
things, the way we use the word now. It's a sense of self and a sense of worth. A sense of self means there's got to be a core, a durable core, that you identify as yourself through all the various hats you wear and all the various roles you play and all the various situations you're in. You're in so many different situations, so many different places. What is the core that says that identifies you as you in every one of those situations? There's a core, durable sense of self, and there's a sense of worth. What makes you feel significant? What makes you confident of your value? And if you have a sense of self and a sense of worth, we say you've got a real identity. Now, every culture has a way of doing identity formation. Every culture presents to its members a way that you get that sense of self and the way you get that sense of worth, but it gets it across to you not in books and in bullet points. It gets it across through stories, through songs, through slogans, and it's always the way you get a self in every particular culture is always presented as self-evident. That is, this is just the way it is. This is just the way it's done. What I'd like you to do with me is follow me, actually listen to me for the next few minutes, because I'd like to make our own culture's way of doing that more visible to you. I think it's actually invisible to almost all of us. And one of the reasons that I'm here is to tell you that it's very easy in our culture today to be a professing Christian, to profess faith in Christ, and yet let the culture tell you who you are. Because you don't realize that's what it's doing, especially ours. I'll show you why. Here's the 3 ideas I'd like to draw out. One is you need someone to name you. Secondly, only the Lord Jesus Christ should be the one who names you. And thirdly, he doesn't do that in the abstract, but by laying down his life for you. First of all, you need someone to name you. The metaphor of the sheep. The one who enters by the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The gatekeeper opens the gate. The sheep listen to his voice. You've probably heard this before. One of the Bible's main metaphors for human beings is sheep. The Lord is my shepherd. And that is actually essentially a massive divine insult, that metaphor. Sheep are the most non-self-sufficient animals there are. If I wanted a few more laughs, I could give you some stories that you probably have heard maybe. But sheep, they do not know, they can't get their own food. They don't even know sometimes the right food if it's in front of them or not. They can't find their way home. And it's true that the shepherd names the sheep, it gives the sheep a name, and the sheep answers to it. Now, our culture absolutely repudiates this metaphor. It recoils from it in horror. The idea that someone else names you, that we don't find our own identity, or we don't create our own identity. There's difference of opinion in a culture whether we discover identity, we create our identity, but that's what our culture tells you. And the idea that someone else names you, somebody else assigns you an identity, is just considered absolutely oppressive and horrible. Why? Let's dig down a bit. In traditional cultures gave you a sense of self and a sense of worth, because traditional cultures were not individualistic; they were more communal. And so you lived in a family and you lived in a community, and in the family and the community there were certain roles, and you were essentially assigned a role, and you could consider yourself a good and admirable person. You could get yourself a sense of self and a sense of worth by simply sublimating your own individual interests for the good of your family, the good of the community, your people, and by fulfilling the roles. That's how you did it. So in those cultures,
Howdy, Tunji. Howdy, Parsons.
Today, in other parts of the world besides the West, if you ask people, who are you? The very question isn't usually a question that people usually struggle with. But if you ask them who you are, they would say, I'm a son or a daughter. I'm a father or a mother, something like that. Because in those cultures, honor is bestowed on you by the community when you sublimate your individual interest for the good of the family and the community. Our culture, Western culture, is not just different. It is exactly the opposite. In our culture, the way in which you find yourself or get a sense of self and worth is you look inside. Nobody should tell you from the outside. You look inside, you look deep inside you, and you find certain dreams, you find certain feelings, you find certain intuitions, and then you unfold those and express them, and that's how you find yourself. So some years ago, I remember watching a Star Trek Next Generation episode, and Jean-Luc Picard is saying to some young guy, I think I remember the character's name, but I won't say it because somebody's going to flag me on it. There's some young character who wanted to go to Starfleet Academy, which is the Wheaton College of the future. And he wants to go to Starfleet Academy, and they at one point, Jean-Luc Picard is trying to say, look, I don't want you to go because I want you to go. I don't want you to go for your mother. You should only go if you want to go. And you shouldn't do any of these things to please me or please your mother. You should do it because it pleases you. It's because of what you want to do. You must not get your identity. He didn't quite go there, but he came close. From what I say about you or what your mother says, you have to bestow honor and dignity on yourself. Doesn't matter what she thinks, doesn't matter what I think, it matters what you think. That's the modern approach. Robert Bellah in Habits of the Heart and that team of sociologists back in the 80s called it expressive individualism. And so let's summarize it briefly. In traditional cultures, you actually do self-denial. That's the heroic narrative. Self-denial, sublimate your individual interests for the good of the family or the community. Our heroic narrative is utterly different. You look inside yourself, you decide what your dreams are, who you are, what you want to do, and then the heroic narrative for us is self-assertion. And not only self-assertion, especially against what your family or your society says. It's more heroic to say, this is who I am. I don't care what my family says. I don't care what my society says. I'm going to be who I am. That's exactly the opposite, by the way. In traditional cultures, that's called villainy. In our culture, it's heroism. Yeah, so, you've got, some of your professors will like these examples, like the Battle of Malden, the Old English poem. It's talking about a great battle. And at one point, one side realizes they're about to be wiped out, that they're going to lose. So do they run? Oh, no. No, one of the guys, I think his name was Brithwold, he shakes his spear of ash and he calls to his brethren soldiers and he says, thought must be harder, hearts be the keener, minds be the sterner as our strength lessens. Here lies our prince all hewn, I will not away, but I myself beside my lord so loved a man think to lie. So forget about saving your skin, forget about anything else. Be loyal to your people, make a last stand, fight to the last man. And there's another piece of immortal poetry more recently that goes like this. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream. And you might remember at that point that that's being sung to a woman who is part of a community, had taken vows, and is being told, leave the community to find yourself. And those are the two approaches. Now, before I give you a criticism, which I will, of our culture's approach to identity formation, let me just say something, and I got to be brief. It's extraordinarily easy, especially for evangelical Christians, to beat up on individualism as the great villain of all things. First of all, the idea of human rights, the idea of the dignity of every single human being, that whole idea arose in the West. It did not arise in other parts of the world. It arose in parts of the world that believed the Bible and what it said about every human being made in the image of God. And I had in 1880, my grandfather was born in Italy, a small town outside of Naples. And when he was about 15, 16, he said to his father, who was a potter, and his grandfather had made pots, and his great-grandfather made pots, he said, I don't think I want to make pots. And the father said, I guess my great-grandfather said to him, well, you have to. So why? He says, because nobody in town will give you a job because everybody knows that our family makes pots. That's that. Well, he said, what if I go to another town? No, they wouldn't give you a job at all there because they know you belong in that town. Why would you be working here? You belong back in that town to make pots. And my grandfather, who I never knew, but my mother told me, said there was only three things he could do. He'd go to the military, he could be a priest, he could make pots, or he could go to America. And he did. He went to America. And I'm glad he did. And I'm glad I live in a place where I don't have to do exactly what my father said. And I did, and I can move to another town if I want to. And if you say, well, of course, well, then you like individualism, by the way. And I'm not sure, frankly, in spite of the fact that it came out of the African-American church, I'm not sure that the civil rights movement of the 1960s would have been successful if the rest of America hadn't started moving in the direction of individualism. So, I mean, before we start saying this is the worst thing in the world, it's not the worst thing in the world. However, it has gone to a place where lots and lots and lots of voices are talking about the erosion of our community. So not only Robert Bella, but Charles Taylor, in A Secular Age, he writes this. He says, communities are eroding, families, neighborhoods, even the polity. People are less willing to participate, to do their bit. They're less trusting of others. Indeed, they're less trusting of any institutions or authority of any kind. And Taylor makes the point, and so does Robert Bella, this point. In the past, in other cultures, you made money and you had sex to build community. In our culture, you make money and you have sex to find an identity, an individual identity. Those are radically different. And they're and making money, going into business, making money, and expressing your sexuality, even that term, expressing your sexuality, shows that we're today here. That if you're making money, having sex to find an identity, as opposed to build community, you're going to do it in radically different ways. But I'm not even going to go in that direction. I'm going to show you why, not that this harms community, this approach to identity formation, but I'm going to show you 5 reasons why it's not going to work for you personally. I'm going to be individualistic for the rest of this whole talk. Okay, I'm just going to assume, I want you to see why this won't work for you. Here's 5 reasons. Number 1, this idea, what is this idea? Expressive individualism, that you look inside, you find your own deepest desires, intuitions, you look at your own deepest feelings, and then you express those no matter what society or family or anybody else says. That approach won't work for 5 reasons. Number 1, it's an incoherent identity if you're trying to create an identity like that. How so? Because look deep in your heart and you'll see your deepest feelings and they contradict each other. Oh, I love this person. I want to be with this person. I love this career. I want to be in this career. And guess what? Lots of times, those 2 things are not compatible. Well, I have to find a deeper love. Oh, give me a break. You love them both. They're both important. What makes you think, for example, that your inner feelings are coherent and so wonderfully ordered? They're not. Francis Spufford, in his book on apologetics, puts it like this. He says, he's talking to you, us. You are a being whose wants make no sense. They don't harmonize. Your desires deep down are discordantly arranged so that you want truly to possess and you want truly not to possess at the very same time. You are equipped, you eventually will realize, for farce or even tragedy much more than you are for happy endings. If you don't believe that yet, you're very young, but on the other hand, I'm talking at a college, so why did I say that? Secondly, an identity that's based on looking inside is not only incoherent, it's unstable. Remember I said part of an identity is to have a durable core? So there's something that's true of you all the time? Well, if you look on the inside, that's always changing. Lewis Smedes, the author of The Last Generation, he was a Christian author, he had a book, actually probably an essay on marriage, and he said, my wife has been married to 5 men, and all of them were me. And he says, basically, essentially goes on to say, but what was it that bound them all together? A couple things. One is the vows that were made for him on the day of his baptism, and 2, the vows that he made on the day he married her. So he says the one thing that was always the core through all those 5 kind of different people I was I said, I'll be there for you, no matter what. See, if you're looking on the inside, that changed all the time, and you know that. In fact, I can even look. Those of you who are 20, do you remember your 15-year-old self? Remember what an idiot you were? Okay. Now it slows down a little bit. But I want you to know your 30-year-old self will think you're an idiot now. And your 45-year-old self will think your 30-year-old self is an idiot, which means, class, you're always a fool. You're always an idiot. You're always a jerk. If you look...
You can relate.
I cannot tell my wife that that's what you applied for, but anyway. She says, really? What were their SAT scores? Anyway. It's unstable. It's always changing. That can't be the base of your identity. Number 3, though, it's illusory. It's an illusion to say that my identity comes from my inner feelings. People say it all the time. This is who I am. What do you mean? These feelings I have, this is who I am. And nobody's telling me. See, Jean-Luc Picard, don't let anybody tell you who you are. You decide who you are. That's an illusion. You can't do it. Why not? I'll tell you why. I've already begun to tell you. because you've got discordantly arranged different kinds of feelings, you're going to have to choose. Your identity is not going to come from your feelings. It's going to come from the feelings you choose. And why are you choosing some and not others? So imagine 1,200 years ago, the Anglo-Saxon warrior walking through the streets of someplace. Not here, by the way. And he looks into his heart. He sees a couple of very deep feelings. One of them is this. He sees aggression. He just loves smashing people. He just absolutely, if somebody gets in his way, he just loves killing them. And he looks at himself and he sees that aggressive impulse and he says, that's me. I like that. That's me. I'm going to express that. On the other hand, he also sees another feeling deep in his heart, and this would have happened, of course, 1,200 years ago in the Anglo-Saxon world. He sees aggression. He likes to kill people. He also sees same-sex attraction. What's he going to say? He's going to say, that's not me. Nope, that's not me. We're going to squelch that. Okay, now a young man's walking down the street of Manhattan today. He looks into his heart and he sees aggression. He just likes to smash people. What is he going to say? I need therapy. He's going to say, I need anger management. He's going to look into his heart and he sees same-sex attraction and he says, that's me. What's going on? Well, here's what's going on. The Anglo-Saxon warrior is in a culture, it's called a shame and honor culture. And that culture was based on the idea that society will fall apart if it doesn't respect strength. So the best thing you can do for society if somebody crosses you is to kill them. Because then, otherwise the social fabric will unravel. I mean, strength has to be respected. Shame and honor culture. And as a result, his culture was telling him some of his feelings are really him and some of them, they're it. This is you and this is sort of it, this thing that I've got to handle. But guess what? Our modern culture is doing the same thing. And now you're beginning to realize something. You're not just looking in your heart and you're not just being yourself. You have a grid, a morally charged, value-laden grid that you are laying down on your heart, and you're judging which things are you and which things are not. Frankly, they're all you in the sense that they're all in you, but you're deciding which ones to identify with and which ones you're not. And who's giving you that grid? You're not making it up. Your culture is giving it to you. And then you're walking away saying, oh, I'm just expressing myself. No, you're just being exactly what your culture wants. It's an illusion to think that you can name yourself. It's an illusion to think that you can look inside and decide who you want to be. Somebody's going to tell you how to sift through what's on the inside. Somebody is. Number 4, it's huge pressure. I said, listen, the way the identity formation that your culture is giving you right now, it's incoherent, it's unstable, it's an illusion, it actually isn't what it claims to be. 4th, it's crushing. Alain de Botton, the secular atheist French philosopher, wrote a book some years ago called Status Anxiety. He makes the case that even though those older non-Western cultures were suffocating, you had to be whatever your parents told you to be. That was it. That was suffocating. But at least if you were just being a good son or a good daughter, that didn't have the same pressure as modern Western culture, which says you have to have a dream, you have to decide who you want to be, and then you've got to achieve it. And he points out that the irony is we're supposed to be free from guilt. Remember Rob Reiner's character in Bullets Over Broadway, the Woody Allen movie, where he says, guilt is petty bourgeois crap. An artist creates his own moral universe. And that's how we're supposed to say. We're supposed to say, hey, I have to decide what's right or wrong for me. The irony, of course, is that because you have to achieve your own identity. Remember Harold Abrams? I don't know the real Harold Abrams, but the Harold Abrams of the Chariots of Fire. Why are you after that gold medal in the 100-yard dash? And he says to his girlfriend, when that gun goes off, I've got 10 seconds to justify my existence. And the fact of the matter is, since we don't look outward to God, we don't look to our family, we don't look to we look to ourselves in order to achieve this identity. That sounds like freedom. It is, but it's a crushing burden because now you've got to do it. Benjamin Nugent, in an essay, the New York Times said this: when good writing was my only goal in life, I made the quality of my work the measure of my worth. Okay. And then he said, for this reason, I wasn't able to read my own writing well. I couldn't tell whether something I had just written was good or bad. I needed it for it to be good in order to feel sane. I lost the ability to cheerfully interrogate how much I liked what I had written, to see what was actually on the page rather than what I would have liked to have seen or what I feared to see. In other words, when you make anything your identity, when you make a career your identity, or a particular body your identity, or a particular love relationship your identity, those things stop being good things and they start to crush you. In other words, he wanted to write. That's a good thing. He should have written. But when the writing was his identity, he said, I made the quality of my work the measure of my worth. And to feel sane, I had to look at anything I wrote and said, this is great. So I couldn't actually look at it realistically, and I couldn't certainly hear criticism. It's crushing. It's absolutely crushing. And of course, you also do it with love relationships, but you know that. I don't have to go into that. Here's one last thing. This identity is number 1, incoherent. Number 2, unstable. Number 3, it's an illusion. Number 4, it's crushing. Number 5, it's actually excluding. You know the place where C.S. Lewis in Mere Christianity says, we're not really proud of having money. We're proud of having more money than the next person. We're not really proud of being smart. We're proud of being smarter. If you are the best violinist in your little town in Texas, and then you go to New York City, you get off at Penn Station, and you realize the person who's playing the violin and begging, and people are throwing money in the violin case, is better than you. And suddenly that high self-esteem you had because you were the best violinist in your town goes down into the toilet. Why? Because ultimately, any identity that's achieved rather than received has to be excluding. In other words, you feel better because these other people aren't as good as you. These other people aren't as enlightened as you. These other people aren't as liberal as you. These people aren't as conservative as you. These people aren't as hardworking as you. These people aren't as insightful as you. That's how you feel good about yourself, by looking at other people and trashing them. And that's how it's going to work. So what kind of identity do we need? Here's what we need. You can't take yourself and bless yourself and name yourself. You need recognition. You need somebody from outside to come in and speak to you. I know we say, no, we don't need that. We're social beings. We're relational beings. We have to do that. Even when I see people online say, I have done this and my family's rejected me, but I know who I am and this is who I am. And suddenly thousands of people on social media are cheering them. They just got, they didn't just say, I have decided who I want to be. No, they have a new set of cheerleaders. They just took the old set of cheerleaders and just said, forget it. I want to be part of this set. You have to have a word from outside. Somebody's got to name you. And let me go a little further. What kind of person should this be? Or what kind of people should this be? Well, you need the love and you need the approval and you need the esteem of someone you esteem if you're going to have any self-esteem. This person, whoever it is, should not be someone who could ever let you down or disillusion you. If you get your self-worth from the academy or from the art world or from individuals or from a loved one or something like that, what happens when they disillusion you, which they might? Where does your self-worth go? This also can't be a person who's fickle, somebody who's up and down with you, depending on how well you perform, right? And also, another thing is this has got to be a person who you esteem enormously. What kind of person should that be? According to this text, it says this. Jesus says, he calls his own sheep by name and leads them out. I'm the good shepherd. I'm the good shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me. Think about this. If it's really true that the praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards, that you only if you have the esteem of someone you esteem, will you have self-esteem. Only if you have the adoration of someone who adores you, that's heaven. Then to know that God loves you, the Lord of the universe loves you, that would have to give you the most powerful basis for a stable identity possible. And secondly, is it based on your performance? No. If it's not based on your performance, it's not only stable, but you don't need to look down your nose at everybody else around you. In other words, the excluding aspect of your identity goes away. So how do you get that? Now it says, the Lord Jesus Christ names you. And there's lots of places in the Bible that talk about that. I mean, you're adopted into God's family. That's a new identity, right? You are a citizen of heaven. Philippians 3:20. That's a new identity, right? You are a member of, in a sense, a new people. That's 1 Peter 2:10. That's a new identity, right? You're united to Christ. That's a new identity, right? But I got to say, when I just talk to you about it like that, in fact, when I just talk to myself about it like that, it's kind of abstract. But Jesus doesn't name us simply by showing up and giving us a new name or saying you're mine. He dies for us. Some years ago, I remember a girl in my youth group who was depressed. Her parents said, please come in and talk to her. She's depressed. She's about 15 years old. And I went through her identity. I said, you're a Christian and you're going to heaven and you got this and you got that. And here's what she said. She says, yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm glad I'm a Christian. But what good is it if no boy will ask you out? In fact, they won't even look at you. Now, here's what I realized at that moment. Your identity is like a deck of cards. There's a whole lot of things in your identity. She was a Christian. It was in her deck. But it wasn't at the top. It wasn't the most important thing. It wasn't the thing that she actually dealt, frankly, if you're going to use the metaphor. In other words, it wasn't the thing she was actually dealing. The point is, male approval. If I have male approval, then I have my identity. See, she was a Christian. And Jesus was in the deck, but it wasn't at the top of the deck. What gets Jesus Christ to the top of the deck? So you lose
magic
the
trick. You got to do a magic trick to get Jesus to get to the top of the deck.
Stable, so you have something coherent, so you know who you are. So you have an identity not achieved, which is crushing, but received. How do you do that? You got to believe he died for you. He says so. I lay down my life for my sheep. He doesn't just show up and give you a name. He dies for you. You not only have to believe he died for you, which I would assume lots of you do. It's got to go to your imagination. It's got to be the aesthetic core of your life. You've got to learn how, when you're struggling with what the culture says about your identity, because you're not good looking enough, you're not smart enough, you're not having enough transformative sex, you're not this, you're not that. You've got to know how to pull out your identity in Christ and push it to the top of the deck.
Transformative sex?
Imagination.
That's a thing.
I had a friend of mine some years ago that realized he was extraordinarily upset about the fact that he went to the kind of schools And he had the kind of background, and all of his colleagues had made a tremendous amount of money and had high status, and he was in a missionary ministry job and didn't have that kind of status. And he realized it was getting at him. He realized he needed to put Jesus' identity at the top of his deck, as it were. And he suddenly one day was reading in Philippians chapter 2, where it says in the old King James, though he was in the form of God, he didn't count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but he made himself of no reputation. And it went to the man's heart. And he says, Jesus Christ lost everything. He was crucified outside the gate. He made himself of no reputation. He did that for me. Why in the world am I worried about my status and my reputation? And he was freed. See, what he did was he took it to the center of his imagination, not just here I believe it. If you don't get it into your imagination, and if you don't do it regularly through worship, through thinking, through applying it at the moment, it doesn't go to the top, and you're back into where everybody else is, cultural captivity. Don't go there. When I was a very unsure of myself person, thinking I want to go into ministry, not sure I could make it, I met a guy who was Edmund Clowney, who was an alumnus of Wheaton College. He was the president of Westminster Seminary. I heard him speak at a conference. I walked up and met him. 2 years later, when I was really down in the dumps about my prospects, I heard he was speaking nearby. I went and I heard him speak. And afterwards, I walked up and I said, hello, Dr. Clowney. I met you before. You don't remember me, but he says, oh, I know you. And he named me. He named me. And he says, let's go get a soda and talk. I want to find out what's going on in your life. Just changed everything. And I realized about a year later, if a man who was a great guy, by naming me like that and not even dying for me, just taking his whole afternoon for me. If the praise of the praiseworthy is above all rewards. If someone you esteems you, that's the only way to get to self-esteem. And he wasn't dying for me; he was just sacrificing some time. But if just a good man names you, and it can be that transformative, how are you getting through your imagination what Jesus Christ has done for you down to a naming level in your heart? Do it. It's your only hope. Let me pray. Our Father, we thank you for showing us not only maybe where we are being captive to our culture, but what the transforming, culturally counterintuitive, culturally subversive Christian account of personal identity is. And we ask that you would teach us how to use it. We know about it in general. We don't know how to use it in our lives. And I pray that you would help us do that and maybe do a better job of it because we spent this time together. Thank you, Father, that you sent your Son, Jesus Christ, the great shepherd, and he lays down his life for us. That names us. That sets us apart. That makes us holy. That makes us different. That humbles us so we don't despise anyone. That gives us a coherent, stable, rock solid, and not waxing and waning kind of self-worth, but rather, Lord, in Jesus Christ, you look at us and you see us as more precious than all the jewels that lie beneath the earth. And we revel in that, and we rest in that, and we thank you for that. In Jesus' name, amen.
Let's watch this one now.
Yeah, and then this way that you layered on this sort of unconscious, like the instantiation of sin as a force in the sort of unconscious space, right? So, like, Paul talks about this a lot, right? And the Bible throughout sort of gives sin an agency, right? Sin has a certain like power of its own.
Yeah.
which is a really interesting thing, especially because I think, you know, as you're talking about the getting higher on the levels in terms of nearness to God, noticing that the consequences of sins that would have seemed very, very small from level 2 increases. Like there's something about that what is it? It's like I think it gets towards the fact that you can recognize the depth to which very small things implicate everything else in your life and in reality, right? Like when Moses hits the rock with the stick, you know, everybody who is only understanding that moment is like, well, the people are thirsty, they needed water, they got water. It worked. Like he prayed to God. Like he didn't do it exactly like God said, but like, but if you have the capacity to onboard all the layers of, especially like, you know, the first place my mind goes is the sort of Pageauian symbolism with the staff hitting the rock and the water coming out versus words causing water to come out. Like there's a very big difference there. There's a huge difference there. And one fits into the pattern and the other doesn't. And like, if you understand the place that Moses is holding, I mean, Moses created, like, you know, there's a significant who knows how significant of a degree of the entire world that we live in now that is running on Moses in a sense, right?
Yeah.
The eternal contribution of Moses is the foundation upon which many of us stand, right? And that moment, I mean, it demonstrated something powerful to us, right? So it's all used for the good ultimately, but it also limited the capacity of who Moses could have fully become, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you say it's by virtue of the coupling with I'm not going to the promised land.
Yeah.
That it creates a different kind of lesson. I mean, here's one sort of timeline where it produces one kind of lesson of Moses, you know, crossing the Jordan to be. Okay, that's not how it worked. Here's another kind of lesson, of course, and this is in, you know, for the good, and maybe even perhaps for the greater good. That's the theological question that I'm not going to concern myself with at all. But yeah, exactly. I think this is all quite right. And notice then, so I never learned how to be a good golfer. Actually, I never learned how to be a good kind of anything, to be honest. And part of that is because I carried failure too heavy.
Yeah.
And so if you carry sin too heavy, what you're doing is you're actually putting your own judgment on it. That's very important. You're not putting God's judgment on it.
Yeah.
Because the only one that matters in this question, right? When the question comes to sin, it's God's judgment. Your judgment is actually doubling down on the sin. It's making the sin worse because now you're putting yourself in the position of having the right and authority to pass judgment at all.
Yeah.
And so if we think about it in the context of learning and becoming like unto a child. Oh, go ahead.
One quick caveat here. Does that harmonize with Paul's, you know, through the law I knew sin, but then the law became the power of sin?
Yeah.
That's what I heard there.
Totally.
Like now that I know about what sin is, now I have the capacity to internalize my own judgment of myself, which, yeah, like you said, doubles down. It's like makes my, like, if I'm worried about sinning, I'm going to sin.
And the most fundamental thing it's going to do is you become self-righteous.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right? You'll believe that you are now able to master your own sin by virtue of being able to run the code of law, which is like, hey, man, you're getting further away. You're actually maybe you're looking forward and walking backwards. You may have turned around and walked the wrong way entirely.
Nice.
But if we look at the general metaphor, which is called common grace, common revelation, the general metaphor of just learning, everybody who studies this knows that the right thing to do is always, you make a mistake, you don't dwell on the mistake.
Yeah.
You can't let the mistake be heavy. This mistake is merely part of the process of learning how not to make that mistake. So you might attend to it.
Yeah.
You might notice, okay, what can I do to get better? But you don't sort of put more weight on it.
Yeah.
That's perfectly. And then, you know, you're carrying something which is distracting you. Like it's perfectly upside down. And this is like being a child. When you see a child learning how to walk, the child falls. They don't like get down on themselves for falling at all.
Yeah.
Right? They just kind of like get back up. That's it. You fall, you get back up. You keep trying, and therefore you're fluid. You're in this perfect fluid position that allows you to simultaneously humbly acknowledge the reality that you cannot jump.
Yeah.
And also notice the reality that by the process of being guided, by the way, fully guided by the Spirit or by God, in this case, the whole Trinity, you are capable of moving more and more towards that. And so as a 2-year-old who sees their older
everybody,
jumping,
welcome.
you may yearn to jump, and there's a way for you to become capable of jumping, and that is not yet who you are. And so the only way to really get there properly is to not have this judgment of your own identity weighing down the fact that you're in a learning process. And I think this is actually how sanctification works as well.
Okay.
I mean, I was just thinking about it. I love the way that the adversary loves to put us in the seat of judgment, because it's a great little move. It makes us feel like we're actually doing the right thing,
Right.
when in fact what we're really almost perfectly doing is separating ourselves from the ability to learn. This is that sin embodying itself.
Yeah.
And sanctification is, I go out in humility. I fail. I ask for forgiveness, right? So I confess. And what's happening when I confess is very similar to that feeling of the child. The discernment of Christ's righteousness is separating the part that is wrong from the
Welcome,
part that's right.
Carlotto. Thank you
And so
for your
I'm able to
donations
notice with
yesterday,
more
sir.
clarity, where did my failure come from? I'm oriented towards not failing.
Yep.
And in this case, it could be any variation, whatever. I'm trying to learn to stop drinking alcohol and getting drunk. Okay, so I go out and I drink. So then I confess. And in the confession, I'll have the insight of some part of my personality maybe will come to the surface. Like, oh, yeah, I actually have social anxiety. I remember that moment where I first actually got drunk to overcome social anxiety, for example. And in the confession, that becomes available. So then I can say, well, okay, what I have to really work on is that. Like, that's the deeper piece of sin that was the original point of where sin became embodied and became something that just took me further away, was where I glued this wrong, my own solution of drinking to a deeper location of social anxiety. Okay, well, at first I need to undo those, and I can be a little bit more aware of it. And then I need to start going here and kind of working on the healing on that. So then you can keep praying on that. Lord, bring me into this and help my heart heal from that. And you'll notice, like, way all the way down, you're like, oh, it turns out it's just because I was actually just a very, very sensitive being. And I happened to be in a context that was very, very noisy. And so I actually had this natural instinct of pulling away, which then started building these habits, right? So you can feel like the way that your character and your embodiment, your character are accumulated, and where errors are worked in. We could add, of course, you've got the fact that maybe one of the reasons why this was the case is that you come from a long line of social drinkers, and you're, even as a child, you're in these giant kind of bucolic Bacchic environments, which are noisy and indifferent, and all reality is a little bit distorted, and you're trying to figure out how to navigate that. And so you've inherited a context of sin, which will actually has a context of, or a likelihood of encoding that in you as well, and you'll carry it forward. So that's what I mean. And then and the sanctification is the inverse of that. It's this positive feedback loop that includes things like discernment and healing. Actually, and I mean healing practically, like actually learning how to unwind things in a way that is real, and bettering your character, and then, by the way, bettering your habits, and noticing how that changes these feedback on each other, bettering your ideas, bettering your relationships. And this is all just, in some sense, it's very practical. And a lot of the secular stuff is not wrong. It's just a slice instead of the whole thing in continuity.
I'm really struck by this. A theme that I felt throughout that was this way in which you're confronted by a problem, right? In the example, my social anxiety. Okay, what's the solution? Right? your capacity to see a solution is dependent on your context. It's dependent on what you know. And if you don't know faith and trust in a deep sense, if you don't have a sense of faith in all that you don't know, in God, right, in the Spirit of God to carry you through the moment where you feel the anxiety, the panic, the need to run away, right, then you revert into a mode where you're solving the problem in a way that you know, in a way that is familiar, in a way that is available. And that seems to be a general feature of sin.
Yes, absolutely. Exactly. Because if you could think about it, if you just take Adam, right,
Yeah.
pre-fall, Adam is 100% of his inquiry is in direct, continuous relationship with God. So he's moving around, and every question that he has of what is the right next choice. This is going back to that notion of the neurosurgeon on the cell phone.
Right.
He literally is the hands and feet of God. So he is continuously asking God, what should I be doing? 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 He's continuously receiving that, and he's continuously doing that with no deviation.
Yeah.
Right? So no error. The signal is good, the perception is good, the agency is good.
Yeah.
And of course, what happens in the fall, when we fall, the errors begin to be in there, and one of the biggest errors is precisely the moment where you walk in, you feel the social anxiety. What you should do is ask God.
Right.
What you
right.
do quite often is try to solve the problem on your own.
Right.
And even the smallest version of that is this recombining error that brings you further and further away, because as soon as you try to take responsibility for it yourself, you're collapsing so much possibility.
Yep.
This goes back to Moses and the rock. Like, you don't have any idea what the infinite field that you're acting in. You have no idea. Like, exactly zero.
Yeah.
You're trying to solve a problem. I mean, think about it. Like, the simple example is like what's supposed to have happened if you've been able to truly trust God is you're supposed to make eye contact with a woman across the room who is also having social anxiety. You'd feel the empathy, you would connect, you would get married, you'd have kids. Your third child's going to end up being, you have no idea, right? So what do? You go grab a beer, right? Completely destroying that entire possibility.
Right.
So the ability to have the level of humility to surrender and say, I have no idea.
Yeah.
The only answer is, how do I ask God and do what God wants?
Yeah.
But then we have the problem.
Yeah.
We're
okay.
far from that.
Yeah. So let's start at Adam, and let's talk about the angle of reversing the process in terms of the practicality. So, like, Adam, and I've been thinking about him sort of through this whole conversation, right? When you talk about Moses and the relatively minor infraction of hitting the rock versus speaking to it, right? Adam taking the fruit. Now, we understand it as a major infraction because obviously it's the origin point of all the dissonance. But, like, compared to a lot of sins that most people are happily committing on a daily basis, like just eating an apple that God said don't eat, or a fruit, right? Eating a fruit from a sort of from a practical standpoint, eating a fruit from a tree that says, hey, don't eat the fruit of that tree, doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Now, one of the really interesting things that has always fascinated me in that story is the idea that you will become like God, right? The serpent says to Eve, right? Like, God doesn't want you to eat the fruit, because when you eat the fruit, you will become like God, knowing good from evil. Right? So there's the judge taking upon oneself the judge function to say this is the good thing and this is not the good thing, right? I'm in a problem situation. I know what the good thing to do is to fix this stuff, right? And then also judging myself, right? Having the capacity to say, no, that's bad, right? Judging myself, hyperlooping the sin down upon the sin, right? Doubling down on the sin such that I instantiate into my embodiment my sinningness, right? So and there's a way that right, when you talk about a denial of a possibility, right? In the party, I see like I could have met the woman who I would marry and grow this wonderful life with, but I'll never actually even see that because I have chosen to create. I've chosen to force reality to be a certain thing. And if God is that which creates reality, and also therefore that which says what's good, right? Then I have actually taken upon myself the position to foreclose a certain
Howdy, Nico.
reality. And the reality that I'm going to end up with is always less than what would be. Right? So let's just notice that. Those are sort of like some necessary fundamental features. So I want to propose sort of at least a piece of how this gets reversed, or like how Jesus shows this to be, how Jesus reversed.
Can we recapitulate the scene in the garden first, just to make sure it's clear? Because in some sense, what I want to do is I want to slow down and like really zoom in.
Yeah. Okay,
and
great.
for me, the image is. And I think that, okay, just do the image. So Eve, by the way, we have Eve. And we have Eve fully 100% listening to God.
Yep.
There's nothing going on in her experience besides hearing God and doing what he says obediently and beautifully.
Yep.
Right. And then the next image, and this I have kind of like eyes up like that. The next image is the image where she moves from 100% to anything less than that.
Right.
Where it's not the point where she convinces herself that sure, eat the apple or eat the fruit. It's the moment where the possibility of even considering anything other than the will of God enters into reality.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And that moment literally creates an entirely different reality. That's the fall. Right. So what happens is all at once, instantaneously, we move from a complete experience of ion and kairos into a realm of the horizontal, which I've been calling chronos.
Oh yeah. Okay, sure.
And that's it. Like once she's there, exactly what trajectory she takes in terms of where her understanding leads her is not actually particularly relevant. Maybe it happens a certain way, but the point is, once you've dropped into this place, once you've dropped down from being 100% in continuous fluid relationship with the mind and the will of God to anything less than that, you're now on a downward spiral trajectory of being more and more reliant on your horizontal capacity. So her eyes go from here to here, which is what's happening now is that she is looking at the tree and she's trying to make sense of the tree on the basis of her own understanding at an amount greater than zero or amount greater than epsilon zero. So that's the point. So then we can start going, okay, so now we can jump forward to Christ, I think.
Well, yeah, I think that's really helpful, and I like that a lot. So just to make sure.
Praise God.
This would be at the level of the move prior to her capacity to even engage with the serpent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a perceptual shift that happens prior to that.
Yep. Yeah. There's something going on that just begins to open. So we see the cascade as things begin to move in a certain direction, but it's actually right there, that little fluctuation.
Yeah. But the story is always 2 steps behind.
Yeah. From our point of view.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're in these kind of complex feedback loops and you call them hyper loops, and more sin being embodied in all of the
Brethren, for I speak to them that know the law, how that the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth. For the woman which hath an husband is bound by the law to her husband so long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. So then, if while her husband liveth she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. Wherefore, my brethren, ye also are become dead to the law by the body of Christ, that ye should be married to another, even to him who was raised from the dead, that we should bring forth fruit unto God. For when we were in the flesh, the motions of sin, which were by the law, did work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death. But now we are delivered from the law, that being dead wherein we were held, that we should serve in newness of spirit, and not in the oldness of the letter. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid. Nay, I had not known sin but by the law. For I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. For without the law, sin was dead. For I was alive without the law once. But when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. And the commandment, which was ordained to life, I found to be unto death. For sin, taking occasion by the commandment, deceived me, and by it slew me. Wherefore the law is holy, and the commandment holy, and just, and good. Was then that which is good made death unto me? God forbid. But sin, that it might appear sin, working death in me by that which is good, that sin by the commandment might become exceeding sinful. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that do I. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that it is good. Now then, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. For I know that in me, that is, in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Now if I do that I would not, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. I find then a law, that when I would do good, evil is present with me. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man. But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin. Chapter 8. There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God, sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin, condemned sin in the flesh, that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life.
I just see that Up sent me something. So I'm gonna play that. I'm sick. I saw this earlier, but I didn't actually watch it. I feel like this might be copyright material. I'm not so sure. I don't know. Wait, can y'all hear that? Looks like no. Looks like no. Unfortunate. Well, that's a perfect time for some branding. That's what that means.
This is a place. And when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them. And I don't know what my control they put it with, especially that make money.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I consider my task a success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the room.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before the people were able to commit to a follow, and again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of lured us into imagining we were in charge. That we were somehow in control, but we're not in control.
You've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of hyper about the blues, and they're learning together, and all of this new stuff sort of bursts forth. And in Laurel Canyon, you have this tiny little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, you know, in some ways, via technology, this stuff just spreads all out throughout the world.
Well, looks like we're back. Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my babies. But somehow the VNA bubble disappeared. Who did that? Who did that? I'm here. We're all here. Let's see. Thank you for being here. Have I had that banner on this whole time too? What in the world? What in the world? Everything's different now. What? The background changed. Everything changed on me. This did StreamYard update on my... What in the world? Guys, hang in there with me. Hang in there. We're in the Sunday chill stream. This isn't just a McMo. This isn't the warm McMo stream vibes of a Saturday. This is chill. We're chill. Falling apart over here, apparently. Apparently. All right. Now let's give this a try. Give me a thumbs up in the comments if you can hear it.
I've got something a little different. Obviously, you've seen the
I'm going to go on double speed.
cover.
You can slow it down on your device.
What do I mean? What's the whole deal? Burn, why are you trying to stop subverting tropes? What's going on? Well, to find out, we will begin in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you of a few things. One thing is, if you're only watching this channel, you're missing a lot of the picture. I have 3 other channels you should be following, and one, it doesn't matter. The 3 other channels are Gravity from Above, which is where I do my puppetry research, dance research, cultural research, and I put the results over there. Also, I've got the Anadrome, and the Anadrome is related to this channel very clearly. It is where I put my movie and film reviews and my music-related topics. Although I used to carry them here, and those videos are still here. That's where I've got the serious stuff. So the most recent one was a review of the movie Warfare, which is a very intense film. My vote for the best film of early 2025 thus far. Also over there, I just put a conversation with James Wallace, who runs the 20th Century Music and Arts channel, and it's a discussion about different musical eras. If you need more of me talking, go over there. Don't delay. Go and sign up over there. And finally, there is the Georgian Crossroads and Beyond. It's now been changed simply from Georgian Crossroads to Georgian Crossroads and Beyond. And I've got more of my series from Florence over there. I just put up one about a trip to a Georgian cemetery, a Vlake cemetery. I've got another one up there that's the Georgian iceberg. How much do you think you know about the country, not the state of Georgia? And that's all over there. And you know what? I don't make any money off of all these channels. Why do I do this? And I sometimes really seriously ask myself this question. Why am I doing this? Well, first and foremost, I'm doing this because I sense there are people who are getting something out of it. And that's the main thing. I did start these channels with the hopes that it would help supplement my income a little. It does a little. It would be nice if it did a little more. And if you feel like contributing, there's a PayPal link below. And if you contribute $25 or more and you write the word book, I'll send you a copy of my 3 puppet plays. So, but I understand if you don't have the money. It's weird times. And subscribing, sharing anything that's good on the channel with friends is helpful. Just a like. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I drop things, since I'm a little irregular. But yeah. I enjoy doing the channel. Do you enjoy following the channel? Let me know in the comments below. Here's another thing, though. I did mention that I wanted to do a second gathering in Georgia in July. I don't have enough people yet to make the July gathering happen. So if you are really interested in the July gathering, write me at Reckoning Motions. There is a video, maybe I'll put a link here somewhere. And let me know if the July, near the end of July, if that is interesting for you to come all the way to Georgia and have your mind blown by what's here, as well as considering culture from a very different perspective and a trip into the mountains. If that doesn't happen, and it looks like it may not, unless you decide you want to come, I am thinking more seriously about another one in doing it in October. I'm thinking of that no matter what. So if you're interested, write to me at reckoningmotions@yahoo.com, link below. Okay, enough of that. Now, let's just stop subverting tropes. I had an experience last year. I really liked Todd Phillips' first Joker movie. I liked it so much, in fact, that I did a video or 2 about it. And then as I was getting ready for the second one, Joker 2, or Joker a folie et Dieu, to come, I put up 3 more videos on the Anadrome channel, hint, and I then was expecting to do the pièce de résistance, the final. And I sat in the movie, and as I was sitting in the movie, I was just like, this sinking feeling was coming over me. It was like, wait, what's going on here? And the movie landed like a thud. Now, one of the reasons it did is because it took everything that people liked from the first movie and flipped it inside out. So that if you remember the first movie, Joker, there's a scene where it builds up to a television show, and that whole thing was gripping, absolutely gripping. Alas, there was no such grip following this one. It was more like relaxing. It was a musical. That was a weird idea. And Lady Gaga, who didn't get enough to do, which might have helped the second half, but it was hopeless. Because what Todd Phillips, and I believe Joaquin Phoenix, along with him, decided to do was to not send any signals that he thought the Joker was anyone you should follow or romanticize or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he decided to subvert the tropes. He decided to subvert the genre tropes of the comic book movie, which he'd done a bit in the first one. And then to subvert the expectations that people had going into it. And essentially subvert all plot expectations as well. And it worked. The film was roundly rejected, except for a few people who said, oh, this is brilliant, he's subverting the tropes. But it made me think, and I've been thinking about this for a while, but it crystallized a few ideas. It crystallized the fact that we're living in an era where people are trying to undermine the stories and narratives of the past. And they're not doing a really good job of making any sort of fictional literature, feature films, comic books work anymore. We're far from Harry Potter days now. And we're far from, I remember at the beginning of the 21st century, you had the Harry Potter movies, you had all this young adult fantasy. People were saying, yes, the young adults are going to read. They're going to eventually move on to Dostoevsky and Dickens and, all this great literature, which for the most part they didn't. They saw Lord of the Rings playing in the theaters. They read Tolkien, and they didn't get much beyond it. And I think part of the reason can be blamed for a couple of things. One was the invasion of the smartphone. The smartphone came, and everyone was totally distracted by the now. Screen addiction hit, pattern addiction hit, and people were just locked into the now. And so reading, it's just like, who wants to do that? There's no time. I got to see if I got a like over on Instagram. I got to see if someone's following me on TikTok. I got to see if anyone's watching my YouTube video. Are you? Make a note of it. For me, because all that matters is now, you see. Well, by 2024, and up until the beginning of April in 2025, Hollywood has been in this weird crisis zone. Actually, it started, of course, with the pandemic. But nobody counts the first year or 2 of the pandemic because they knew everything was kind of screwed around. But one of the problems is, besides the distraction of social media and all the likes and hearts and all of that, the stories were gone. I mean, not all of them, obviously. And in fact, horror films have been hit some sort of renaissance period. There's some of the greatest horror films have come out since the pandemic, which makes sense since there's a lot of fear that we have and uncertainty. But one of the things Hollywood's been doing is subverting tropes endlessly. And we'll discuss why in a few moments. Interestingly enough, the same thing has been happening with literature. Tom Wolfe, the reporter, the writer of the New Journalism School of the 1960s and 70s, the novelist, when he was doing one of his more recent tours before his death, he talked about the fact that the novel had essentially dwindled into kind of psychological obsessions and a bit of kind of ersatz sentimentality, so that people were no longer researching anything to do it.
What are your feelings about the current state of the novel? So little of that now is just pathetic, and it's pathetic all over the Western world. What happened here is really sad. It really is. And that was the great period of American literature. The only great period of American literature was from 1893 to 1939. 1893 was the year that Stephen Crane published Maggie, A Girl with Streaks, which was the first American urban novel. And the final in the sequence was John Steinbeck in 1939 with The Grapes of Wrath. Now, that was such a great period that it was referred to over and over again as the flowering of American literature, and it influenced writers all over the world. And in France, they were going for the psychological. It seemed more elegant than all this mucking around in real life. And it happened in the Master of Fine Arts programs at the universities. That's where writers come from now, Master of Fine Arts programs. I mean, you add up the education of the college education of Steinbeck, Hemingway, Faulkner. You got to about spring break of the freshman year. But today, they're all getting Master of Fine Arts programs, and they're told, write about what you know, your inner psychology, never mind your external troubles. And it's just boring.
Well, and it's funny because, of course, as you were saying earlier, the thing to do is to write about what you don't know.
Well, that's the journalist in me. I'd like to write about what I don't know.
Now, again, this is a generalization. This was his generalization. But he was right. There's so many novels now where it's just one singular person's perspective, a lot of postmodern irony, a lot of psychological insights. But the old novel, the novel of Dickens, Dostoevsky, of Tolstoy, Hemingway, all of these people, basically is a dead item. It's either no one has time to read description anymore, no one has time for anything, really, because we're so consumed by the stuff in our hands, if you know what I'm saying. The comic book world also fell into this trap. Commercialism pushed them, they killed off Superman way back, in the 90s. They killed him off, and of course, they bring him back. But by doing that, you completely undermine the killing of the character. If you're going to kill him, kill him. But instead, because of the commercialism, because of the big tentpole franchise entertainment of it all, you can't kill him. He's got more plot armor than anyone else on Earth. So we've seen endless comic books coming and going, but then they started to be invaded by the woke writers who started introducing all of these, shall we call them, diverse types of characters. I'm not going to go into which ones are good, which ones were not. My reports from the comic book field told me that essentially nobody really wanted these, and the comic book industry is collapsing.
I haven't even found one that's on the other side, like or even in the middle. Like everyone that at least puts out their politics leans that way. I'm like, it's telling you everything you need to know. It's telling you everything that
heavily that way.
Yeah, it's not even like they're like on the edge. It's like they're like all the way.
and I sold comics in San Francisco,
right?
And none of my I was about to say audience, none of my clients, none of my friends who came into that shop would go for this crap at all. As a matter of fact, most of them have cycled out of the shop. They told me they bailed out because they didn't like the comics anymore. These are San Franciscans. That should tell you something when you're alienating San Franciscans. And we're talking. I had a traditional superhero shop. There's a lot of shops here that are kind of indie and they like that kind of crap.
Right.
I attracted the middle. There's a lot of blue collar people here in San Francisco. Sure. That was my shop. I like I said, lawyers, doctors, people who worked on cars, teachers, bus drivers, everybody, and they all like superheroes. That's it. And we all wanted to come together. And I always tell the story where I had my father-in-law talking to who was a Vietnam vet, 2 tours Vietnam vet. Helicopter pilot, talking to my friend Bill Selby, who painted the first Star Wars poster that was a movie poster, who was a Vietnam protester hippie.
Wow.
And they were sitting there talking, having the best conversation in the world because they were just talking about pop culture and stuff.
Crazy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Up.
Talking, having a nice
Thank
little
you
conversation.
very much, sir. I
bring people together.
appreciate it.
I know people hate that I bring this up, but this is the reality of the situation. In recent years, in recent decades, when it comes to DC and or Marvel, the reason why some of the newer characters, definitely that are, let's say, not white male and straight, let's say that, the reason why they don't do as well is because the writers feel like they have to lead with that. If you think about white, straight male characters, even that have existed in the last 20 years, that have come about in the last 20 years, right? Even if you look at them, the ones that have stuck, pretty much every one of them, there's nothing about, well, let these guys tell it. If you're white, straight male, you have no like shortcoming, right? It's just the only thing that you can lead with is the story. That's it. The character, the story, and that's it. It forces the writer to be as creative as possible because he can't rely on whatever social politic nonsense. Yep. As to nowadays, if they create a black character, they have to lead with that. It's all about, they're black, everyone's like, and it dies off. They create a, we're seeing it right now.
Can he be a lawyer?
Yeah, right.
Just can he be a lawyer? Lead with a lawyer,
right.
And forget what he looks like. And dude,
bingo.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to use this term. I will give you full credit forever.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I didn't hear this before, but honest representation. Yep. Honest representation means not effing talking about it. Yep. There's a show called The Expanse that I like, the science fiction show. That is the perfect example on television of honest representation. Yep. They just make a TV show. They don't say anything about it. They just go, boom, here you go. Yep. And it's everything that people want, but it doesn't take over the narrative. It's a good show. So, and that's what comics used to be. The X-Men was.
That's exactly what it was. Right?
The 70s. Yeah, so none of this is new.
Excuse me if I sound a little hoarse sometimes. I'm just getting over a strange little cold, which main symptom is something in my throat, which is pretty much done, but I have to stop now. So this essentially, the comic book industry, the literature crisis, also so much of this psychological obsession in the literary world is postmodern as well. Postmodernism has been creeping in for a long time. I mean, the works of David Lynch are nothing if not postmodernist, but his style of postmodernism is quite, what should we say? It's quite honest. I mean, David Lynch is always very much, he's kind of a cross between a postmodernist and a surrealist. And while he's not like the European surrealist, he doesn't have a political agenda. He is nevertheless a character who is doing something rather interesting but odd with his work. I got no complaints with David Lynch, apart from the fact of David, what were you believing kind of stuff. But then we come to someone a bit later, like Quentin Tarantino. Now, Quentin Tarantino is totally a postmodernist. He's very ironic in the sense that he's always quoting from other sources. But here's the thing about Tarantino's postmodernist.
No.
He genuinely loves the source. So he loves kung fu movies from the 1970s. He loves road chase movies. He loves violent westerns. He loves all of
that. All sounds well and good, but really, how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, you know, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say I have problems believing this stuff think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you, you will not learn to swim without getting in water.
See, like when you guys make the premiere of the branding, I can see it being 2.5 minutes, but normally I need like a minute or 30-second size clips. So, do your fancy premiere, but then also give me the
Tunji, what's good, sir?
Hello there. Life is good.
Life is good. Praise God.
Amen. Sunday.
What do you, yeah, Sunday. Yeah, what time is it over there? You already been to church and just kind of in the
Yeah.
relaxation portion of the day?
Yeah, absolutely. 7 p.m. I already had dinner and I'm ready to chill virtually not alone.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. What do you think about that Tim Keller? That was 10
Oh,
years ago, 2015.
ooh. I listened to that more than once. There was a Spotify playlist from Tim Keller, and yeah, it was a good one. Very good. I kind of stick to my memory the story of uh, the Viking and the New Yorker. How
Yeah.
do they relate to their identity, their expectation? It's very. I think it was profound for the time, and also for today. The
Is it
conversation
is it
hasn't really
taken for
moved.
granted today? Is it?
No, absolutely. What you mean? Taken? What exactly?
Well, there's something about the heightened divisions and the kind of extreme caricatures that have kind of moved towards the center of attention on both the left and the right. It seems like that those two possibilities of both of those types of men walking down the streets of New York seems. I mean, there was a Viking that that invaded the Capitol on January 6th. So not. I think you
Yeah,
see what I'm
but
saying, though.
yeah, I see what that split. Yeah, it did happen, and it get widened, but it's kind of still missing the point because there are two kind of people trying to accomplish their own identities, the way that Tim Keller was trying to explain. They were not the two aisle of the political spectrum. They do not understand what it is a received identity. There is still a fight. The fight for authenticity became the fight with propheticity, but they still trying to, look the way you feel, or feel the way you look, or achieve what you want to be. Like if identity is something that is on the category of what you achieve or not. I think that was the important message. That is a Christian message, very much.
Yeah, the givenness of our identities, the graciousness of our very being, like it goes. That's one of those ideas that kind of goes to every level. It's beautiful. It's a great
Yeah.
comfort.
It is also very practical. I think for those who I don't know how to put it. For those who receive it, it's very practical. Can be very abstract. We sometimes I talk too much about ontology in the voice chat or whatever, but is not a topic that is far away from society conversation. When we discuss identity politics, we discuss ontology politics. That's what identity is about. And if you start with a worldview that fundamentally deny that there is such a thing as a human being, that there are human beings, but there is no such a thing as a human being. There isn't the man. It's just man and woman, and that idea is so pernicious that the classical idea, the opposite view, has become also very difficult to explain and to communicate, even to those who would otherwise agree or even be on the same religious side. But yeah,
Yeah.
there is a lot of practical thing.
Whenever I think about stuff like that, and of course connecting it to the Kellers, it being us being sheep, I wonder what you make of the good shepherd leaving the 99 to find the one. Because it could easily have been worded in a way that said, and this isn't, I don't know how to connect this to what you kind of ended off saying there in terms of the like human being and what that means to be us, but just to take the metaphor and then to add on the idea of Christ leaving the 99 for the one. What do you make of that? And like, it's always struck me that the 99 get left and the one gets found. It's like what do we, so there has to at least be a difference in experience between being one of the 99 and being the one, right? And so there's a weird thing there, right? Like, I don't know, what do you make of that?
Yeah, well, instinctively, and probably what I've seen from the reaction of people sharing the story, you identify with the one kind of immediately. You are that one that is being rescued far away. You are the one who wandered and that's lost. So there is a comfort in there. The other side, it becomes kind of it reduces the poetry of the story, the metaphor, to some one-to-one correlation to I don't know, to some doctrine, and probably ruin the message of it. You can say that, yeah, but the 99 are left inside the safe place, so they are not really abandoned. The shepherd goes out to look for the other one after the 99 are safe or somewhere. You can justify the situation in many ways, but I think the emotional impact of the story for me is that you are the lost one, no matter where and how.
Like
you were
are you
that
saying me
lost one.
specifically? Are you
No,
saying me
when I say you, I mean me.
Okay. Well, that is interesting because like I felt like growing up hearing that story, I always identified with the 99. So what was salient to me at that point was, it's interesting that and maybe that was in small part to try to kind of explain to my young self the moments where it felt like God wasn't there, and I couldn't connect to him, or I maybe even had a moment of doubt, as I'm talking about, like, as early as like 11 or 12 years old type of thing. But then, yeah, growing up, there's almost this experience of like, yeah, you eventually you get kicked out by the 99, or you realize that you've been the one the whole time, and you didn't, so the Christian kind of testimony is, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Christian testimony is seemingly about the one, but it doesn't it also speak to perhaps the maybe less of, well, thank you very much, Mr. Guest, or Guess from Guess from Guess from Guest or Guest. Do you think that's a typo, or do you think they're commanding me to guess who it was?
I guess it's an invitation.
Yeah, well, it's let's see. Actually, my first guess was Ethan, but it could have also easily been Neil or Mark, because both Neil and Mark, actually all three of those guys, or, well, now I'm seeing Jan. Basically, everybody in my chat besides Anselman is a trickster. So I've got a wide field to figure out here. Well, anyway, that totally distracted me. What do you think that there's I remember the sense of being held within, like, comfortably within the church or the community, or having that strong sense of heldness or something, or safety, security. There was always still a hunger or a dirt, like there was never enough kind of miracles in some sense, like, and part of that is because I think when you pray to God for, like, when your response to a deprivation or perceived deprivation in life is immediately to turn to God, then when it doesn't come, you experience a lot of times with, your desires or your felt needs not lining up with what you actually needed. And the kind of proof of that is the fact that you remember it. It's like you can remember being like, if I don't have such and such, then I'm going to die, kind of a thing. And even as, and this is why I think it gets, like, this is the look to the birds of the air and the lilies of the field kind of a thing too. But all that to say, that feels like the experience of the 99, as well as just kind of the uncomfortability of, like, being around other sheep who, varying degrees of intelligence, and also peacefulness, and also, stinkiness. There's a lot of things about being in a herd of sheep that, there's trade-offs, I guess you could say.
I imagine so. Yeah, there is a personal aspect to what's the experience of faith. It cannot be totally fulfilling all the time. That will be heaven or something like that, and we are not there yet. And there is a sense where we have to learn to be with other sheep, even if they are stinky.
That should be branding.
Yeah, and maybe even be sometimes with a feeling that the shepherd is far away. But I guess it's just it's going to be a very real impression that we may have in some period of life. That's I guess it's a common testimony of those who have been through that. And then we have supposed also to experience the Lord's comfort, like the shepherd comforts, when we need it. But the funny thing is that resonated with me. What you said is that when you feel that you're going to die if you don't get something particular, and I've been through that. And the weird thing is that when you actually survive after, you don't get it, but you're still alive and you look at yourself. Like I don't know, it's something something went completely in a unexpected way. You don't know anymore what's how to make sense of reality, you know, because you had that conviction. Okay, if I don't get this, I die, and then you don't get that. You're still alive. So what do I do now? And I guess that's a recalibration, and there is a grace in there. I think that's I have experienced some of that has to do again with the reality of our identity being in Christ, where it is safe. It is always safe, and as it is not non-performative, is also non-dependent of what we give or receive. But praise be to God for all the time that we receive from God.
Yeah, there's a weird kind of like, I don't know. How does that connect back to what you were saying about human beings? Did I hear you correct? I think there was some response in the chats, like they were very. You said the human being does not exist; it's male and female exists, but human being is not a helpful category. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, very confused. I always confuse people. I was hinting at some nominalism of as a philosophical background of the word thought, where the general category of a human being does not exist. They exist, only individual exist, like individual men and women. So you cannot make an abstraction of what is human nature, what a human being is supposed to be, because there are only particulars and not generals.
Yep.
That was the reference. Yeah, but that's when you have only individuals, then I understand you have to discover yourself really. Well, you're not just asking who are you. You're asking what's a man, or if you're a woman, what's a woman, because there is nothing outside of you that can inform you about that, because society has told you that it's everything in you, or you are to self-determine who you are. So all categories are destroyed. You have to make the stuff up as you go, and is absolutely devastating for human psychology. It's absolutely devastating. Secondly, for society eventually.
Yeah. Well, and that's back to the Keller thing, right? Like that's why that's a anchor in the sound, because if you can go back to your identity being a profound given, like or a profound, grace, that's like, to answer Anselman's question earlier about Kierkegaard, that's basically Kierkegaard's answer to that problem of having to form one's self-identity, and the like horror and angst of that continual choice. There's a sense in which, like, once you realize that, you also realize that you have to do that, like, again and again and again in the present, because if you don't actively do it, then you're just basically like leaving it up to chance in some profound way, or leaving it up, like you start playing all of these games, right? Because you're struggling to realize that yeah, your identity is not being found in Christ at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I can share something personal as an example, because for those who are not Christian, I guess it's kind of abstract. To what does it mean find your identity in Christ? Because it's not one of the same kind of category that people put in their Instagram or profile. After the name. That's not what we are talking about.
The most profound truths of the universe are exactly what you see on Instagram memes and offhandedly interpret them as. Trust everything you see. It's fine.
All right, there's the story. I was a drummer. That's the thing that I study most of my life, most seriously, most continuously. The only thing that I never missed a day since I was 11 years old. And that was what I spent really what I loved, what I care about, what the thing that you can track, my life progression, with my taste in music, with the company that I spend time with, the friendship, that's the true line, and it carry over to the church ministry. You give it up for God. You understand what that means. You consecrate that talent that is God given. That's one other way that we normally put it. And so, in my mind, I could never imagine to not be a drummer. That's I imagine myself 90 years old or whatever, with my drum set, still doing the exercise every day. That's and maybe having some friends to jam. I got sick, and I didn't have the energy to play the drums anymore. And actually, when I tried to play, when I tried to play the beginning, I was getting tired so soon. I mean, immediately, that I just felt so miserable, because that was something that I could do for the whole day. You create a stamina for that thing, so you didn't get tired when February. Now I get tired after 1 minute. So instead of being miserable, seeing myself so destroyed in a way, I just give up. I'm not going to try because it's too sad as a thing. But that's the funny part. It's that very thing that I thought that was not just a part of me, but me. The thing that the other people knew me as that's the drummer. If the moment that is gone, I wasn't lost. I wasn't lost at all. I was 100% still me. I didn't become less myself, even if I lost. What I think that I love the most as activity, I still am fully 100% me as the day before. And well, there is the I guess there is the comfort in there, and of course I attribute that comfort to God, because it's there is nothing that can be taken away from your life that will actually take away who you really are. It's it's beyond that.
Well, not much to say after a story like that. Matt, welcome, sir. Skankenstein in the house.
That's good. So I have a scheme to get Neil on the stream. If you're worried about being rude in an airport, Neil, there's these little pods that you can use. You just need to go to one of those pods for nursing mothers, and your problem is solved.
You know, there's never any obligation to come onto stream onto the screen and live in front of the whole world. That's never. That could never be an obligation to one of us chickens. I mean,
This is an obligation, but he seemed to have a very good excuse, and I found a workaround.
I want Ethan to come on. Ethan has gone onto every single person's live stream except for me, and I don't know why. I think he's scared of me, maybe.
It's the shades. He can't see your soul, brother.
Come on with some shades, Ethan, and then you'll get like at least 15, 20 seconds of just you on the screen. That's, you know, there's rules around here, man. We'd love to have you. Neil says, I'm positively certain this plan will not work. Well, why did you want to get Neil on? What were you guys? So I was trying. I was listening to Tunji. So what were you and Neil talking, like whispering in class about in the comments here?
I think we're going back and not going back and forth because I'm driving and shouldn't do very much texting. But what's everything on here? The question of, I think we were riffing for a minute on what Tunji said about how there's like human beings do not exist. There's only male and female, which is really, really interesting and worth thinking a lot more about than I have time for right now. But I think it was Hanselman that mentioned that. Hey, I'm not opening that line of conversation. I'm telling you what we started doing with that in the chat. So not asking for an explanation just yet. But you dropped a very interesting bomb that I'm going to be chewing on all day long, brother.
All right. Well, we got to find the bomb. What was the bomb?
Just the fact that, like, yeah, no, I guess we can't meet a abstract human being. There's no one of those. We only have the dimorphic male and females and the specifics that exist. But I think some of us are trying to kind of like bridge that gap. And it was Hanselman that mentioned that, like, it's our one-to-one relationship with God that makes us human. And I kind of bounce back with, like, but you can't remove, like, the social other human beings from it, because you can't, like, if we're going to take John seriously in his first epistle, First John, you can't love God without also loving your brother. Like, those two are completely bound together. If you ace one half of the test and fail the other half, you failed both halves of the test. Those two things are so inextricably linked that you can't claim to love God if you don't also love your brother in a meaningful way.
Well said. Signs in the Dust has a question for us. Should he have a torta or nachos after mass today? My vote, torta.
Yeah.
Second.
Torta. Yeah, it's Sunday, man. Sunday is leave the nachos for the weekdays.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom there.
Just to clarify once again for Matt, that was not my idea. It's actually, I was criticizing the nominalist worldview, where there is no capacity to see what's a human being, you know? Because there is such a thing. The classical metaphysics will say that there are genres. Those categories, they do exist. In fact, that's the way that we see the world. We perceive the world through those categories. But so the particular will be not male and female, but a man and a woman. And every single man is try to find out for himself what a man is, and likewise a woman tries to do the same. So that's the kind of desperate struggle that some people are in. Yeah.
Like the problem is the struggle gets exacerbated when men are trying to figure out men are in isolation from women. It's the interaction
Mhm. Yeah, that goes back to Keller's speech a little bit, where you understand the individual through a healthy society as well, where yeah, it's your identity is get integrated, is integral, actually, not integrated, it's integral to the society where you live in, and the community is it becomes the church becomes the community where you contribute, where you express the love of God. You find the neighbor that Jesus wants you to love.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's I of course am thinking of Kierkegaard, but it's back to the our identity being given, right? Like there's a sense of what I hear you saying too is like, yeah, this is why self-forgetfulness is such a good term, because you also have to have a self to forget, but there's so the the goal is not to give yourself an identity or to give yourself a definition. The goal is to treat your identity as given in relationship to the giver. And that's where you can start actually understanding who you are, because you'll see you've received these other relationships as well. You've received the relationship of being a son or being a daughter. You've received an identity of mother, father. You've received identity of male or female as well, right? And so grappling with that is a very different, because if it's just you against the world, basically, then you can kind of make choices all along that thing, but each choice is basically arbitrary or a mindless kind of following of the culture. And so yeah, in order to find oneself, he must lose it. And if you want to keep it, it will be taken from you. Like these are, I think, in some ways they're great mysteries, but they're also kind of like simple Christian truths in some way. I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
That's a very good point, because I guess the other aspect is that if I tell you that your identity is received, but you don't believe in God, that doesn't make much sense, because from whom are you receiving all those attributes at the end of the day? So it kind of requires that faith for you to step into a relationship with yourself and with the world that is healthy and supposed to I was supposed to be. Yeah, it's kind of you have no, if you deny the one that has given you life, that has given you existence, given you who you are, then you have to make up yourself for your identity. It is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
At least I would suggest to encourage people to do not to make a distinction from what you do from what you are, and try to pursue what you do at the best of your capability, because that is satisfaction of in itself, and there is a reward in that. Do what you do well, that's a reward. But again, this is not still. That's not who you are. You are you're a man or a woman. You're being made by God and loved by Him, and there is nothing that Romans 8. There's nothing that on heaven, on earth, under the earth that can take this away from you, because it's not a thing that you make for yourself.
Well, I actually made a video from that Bible verse. I think it's a good time for a break. We'll come back after a short video that I made for Easter instead of a live stream. When we come back, I want to check on this new live stream channel that Jeremy Firth, our very own Jeremy Firth, has been a part of. He's been messing around with the cool ortho kids. He's moved from the Peterson sphere to the Peugeot sphere, but he's still holding down the fort on Lives of the Saints, and we appreciate him for doing that. But we'll check this out after the break. First, just get a load of some, I don't know, what should I call this? Meta-modern neo absurdism. Let's see. I gotta
free
add
in Christ
stage.
Jesus from the law of sin and death. For
You
God has done
guys
what
hear
the law
that?
weakened by the flesh could not do. By sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh and for sin, he condemned sin in the flesh, in order that the righteous requirement of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not according to the flesh, but according to the Spirit. For those who live according to the flesh set their minds on the things of the flesh. But those who live according to the Spirit set their minds on the things of the Spirit. For to set the mind on the flesh is death, but to set the mind on the Spirit is life and peace. For the mind that is set on the flesh is hostile to God, for it does not submit to God's law. Indeed, it cannot. Those who are in the flesh cannot please God. You, however, are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if in fact the Spirit of God dwells in you. Anyone who does not have the Spirit of Christ does not belong to him. But if Christ is in you, although the body is dead because of sin, the Spirit is life because of righteousness. If the Spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Christ Jesus from the dead will also give life to your mortal bodies through his Spirit who dwells in you. So then, brothers, we are debtors, not to the flesh, to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the deeds of the body, you will live. For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received the Spirit of adoption as sons, by whom we cry, Abba, Father. The Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God and fellow heirs with Christ, provided we suffer with him, in order that we may also be glorified with him. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. And not only the creation, but we ourselves,
who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan inwardly as we wait eagerly for adoption as sons, the redemption of our bodies. For in this hope we were saved. Now hope that is seen is not hope, for who hopes for what he sees? But if we hope for what we do not see, we wait for it with patience. Likewise, the Spirit helps us in our weakness, for we do not know what to pray for as we ought. But the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. And he who searches hearts knows what is the mind of the Spirit, because the Spirit intercedes for the saints according to the will of God. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. For those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, in order that he might be the firstborn among many brothers. And those whom he predestined, he also called. And those whom he called, he also justified. And those whom he justified, he also glorified. What then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? He who did not spare his own Son, but gave him up for us all, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? Who shall bring any charge against God's elect? It is God who justifies. Who is to condemn? Christ Jesus is the one who died, more than that, who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who indeed is interceding for us. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or danger, or sword? As it is written, for your sake we are being killed all the day long. We are regarded as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am sure that neither death nor life, nor angels nor rulers, nor things present nor things to come, nor powers, nor height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord.
Well. If we don't have a very important guest,
Hi.
welcome, General.
I don't know how important I am. Glad to be aboard the chill stream here. I'm a ghetto VTubing, as you can see. I'm also a bird.
That's kind of sick, actually.
There was like not enough visual activity on the stream because like you're not on cam, and then dude came on and it's only just Tunji sitting there and he's all laid back, chill. So I thought I could do some experimenting and provide some visual stimulus.
Hey, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see. I'll do this version so that you can be bigger than us.
That feels right somehow.
Yeah. And then we can see you. Perfect. What's on your mind?
Nothing. It's just I'm just chilling with the stream and all this God and whatever stuff.
But do you see how that Tim Keller fella is like the PVK prototype? He's like the winsome George Washington, and PVK is like I don't know, pick your other founding father, something like that.
A founding father. Well, that's an interesting implication. I would not call PVK winsome at all. That's not the word I would use.
Oh no, PVK failed to pass the winsome check.
I've seen him in YouTube chats. You know, I can't maintain. He's broken LARP, the winsome LARP, too often in YouTube chats. He does. Tim Keller is a fetish, but like most people don't know who Tim Keller is. So,
Well, that's why I was playing him earlier.
oh, that was him reading that.
No. Earlier in the stream. I guess I don't know how long you've been watching, but that's where all the conversation started from because I basically played a Tim Keller sermon.
I came in about an hour deep because I had just watched CC Moole's new drop. Are you a subscriber to the CC Moole channel?
Oh shoot, I definitely am, but I've been streaming, so I haven't seen that yet. We should watch that. We should watch that eventually. Was it good? What was it about?
Apologizing for what happened on your stream yesterday. Actually, that was cool.
Oh shoot, something bad happened?
I don't know. I couldn't get it out of her, but that was the gist of the stream. That this like the front what she sold it as.
Well, I think people were feeling very sensitive yesterday. I think that there were a lot of tender emotions going on in the hive mind, which nothing wrong with that. This is a safe place for it. But I did have to spend some time encouraging everybody that it's okay. We're just streaming on the internet. We'll make it through.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 people are assembling clips from strings of clips from that stream to embarrass people. I think over on the Discord.
Oh dang. To embarrass me? That would suck.
I don't know. I missed it. I don't know what all the but like all the emotional stuff that shouldn't be on the internet that came out on the internet, we assemble it.
Was it emotional yesterday?
That's what you just said, man. I'm going off your word here. I missed it.
Oh, I see. No, there was some drama in the hive mind. It wasn't even There were some people like, "Oh, I didn't mean to offend you, man," kind of a thing, and I ruined the stream. Like there's just kind of stuff like that.
Assemble scrolling feeds of the live chat replay. Got it.
Yeah.
We're on it. Doc.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
What's the wasn't it 5Z you wanted to get into, or was it you said you were going somewhere after you played that video, and I've derailed you by appearing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have no memory of what I was gonna do. Play the video game, I guess. Yeah, what was I gonna do?
I thought it was Peugeot adjacent. First, it was first.
Oh yeah,
first something.
Well, no, it was it. You've been hanging out in that 5Z cat. I was gonna watch the 5Z stream, see what that guy was all about.
Catch some of it. It's good stuff.
How much into it did you watch past the name drop?
I only go to the name drops and watch like the first minute and a half before and after.
I got you. So you don't have much information on the content of the video beyond that.
No, I was there in that part. Happened when it was live. So after the name drop, there's a good 2 or 3 minutes after the name drop that were solid. I probably didn't play.
Okay. Well, I'm on a bit of a potty break, just chilling outside, getting some fresh air while while we try to figure out what's going on. Well, once I saw that you joined, I was like, oh great. I want to know about the bird. What's the bird? What's the power set? I have not seen a members only stream in a while. I remember you playing this game, but I can't remember much about it. So give us the rundown while I work on this 5Z video in the background.
The rundown. Okay. This is a special class. Like this game came out in 2004, died in 2012, and they smuggle it off to private servers, one of which is approved called Homecoming, one of which is not approved called Rebirth, and that's the one this is on. And they've made a new archetype called Guardian it's got this combination of power sets. I chose Gun Fu and Reconstructive Healing.
Gun Fu. What is that, like John Wick?
You'll soon see, sir. I'm about to demonstrate on this Frostfire fella.
It was Gun Fu and what? And welcome, Noah, Mr. President.
Reconstructive Healing.
Okay. That seems self-evident.
That's why you'll see this. I'll go green a lot. That's those powers going off.
Oh, I see.
Oh no, it is a freak slammer. Whatever will we do? These guys have been they're biotech. you know, science modified. Sometimes they get up from the dead because they have built-in defibrillators, stuff like that.
What makes them bad guys? Why is it just? Is there any lore reason why it's okay to kill them?
We don't kill them. These are arrest bullets I'm shooting at them.
Okay, I see.
Hero, sir, and we shoot them with arrest bullets.
Yeah, they merely faint, and they're taken off to jail.
We teleport them to jail, I'm sure. That sounds reasonable. See, Gun Fu involves fancy kicks like that, as well as pistol shootings.
I see.
It's feet and yeah, so I don't know if that's like that Constantine movie or something.
I see. Well, what's the thinking behind the bird head?
You press random on the character generation tab because they have so many bajillion options for making your superhero.
Yeah, but I remember seeing you do that, and you stopped on the bird for a reason.
Because I liked it. It's very Thothian. Was it Thoth?
Yeah,
Thothian, I think.
Yeah. Egyptian. You wanted to be an Egyptian god. Have you ever seen the Disney Plus Marvel?
Wanted to be, sir?
Yeah, I think so. Have you seen the Marvel, what is it? It's a Moon Knight.
I know it was going to, I heard rumors of its existence.
I'd give it a try. There might be corny moments, but I remember the visuals at least being pretty freaking cool. And very like they've showed the Egyptian gods at different points. And it's an interesting, it's just interesting. You might like it.
I probably would.
Not sure if it would pass the second screen thing, but in the background at the very least, where you catch an odd scene where you're like, oh, that's sick. It's good.
I haven't watched anything really with Hope since Jessica Jones on the Devil Netflix.
I've been trying to force myself. My wife really likes watching superhero shows, so we watched the new Daredevil. It was pretty good, not great. But I've been trying to force myself to watch movies long form because it kind of stretches out the attention span type of situation. So I watched Conclave the other night, and then I watched Ford vs. Ferrari last night, which Ford vs. Ferrari was such a dad movie. It is for the dads, by the dads.
Ford vs. Ferrari, you say?
Yeah. It's a movie about being a man, basically.
Kind of movie wreck for the hive minds. Threw her out there. If anyone's seen the new movie, it's in theaters now, Sinners by Ryan Coogler. I saw it a couple days ago, and it was phenomenal. If you like spooky monster movies, I think there's a lot there that we might find worth talking about.
Such as?
I'm not a movie spoiler, man.
Yeah, I think that one's a little too. That one's a little too new to speak super openly about. You don't want to spoil things. That's a common courtesy.
That kind of movie.
But I will say, just talking about themes, kind of like the main character. It's sort of like the question of a battle for the main character's soul in a certain sense. It's a Jim Crow era movie. It's a Devil Went Down to Georgia story, and the main character is sort of suspended between his. You've got your Satan figure. You've got his dad, who's the preacher in the local congregation. His cousins, who are gangsters from Chicago, and his own love for the blues and all of the ways that he kind of deals with these different forces. And the resolution of the movie is, I'm still thinking about. But
that's the
best movie.
When the movie's good, it leaves you thinking, right?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to see it again in the not too distant future. But also spooky monster movie, so if that's not your speed, ignore what I just said.
I think it's more important that Netflix has been normalized and it's affiliated so deeply with Obama and Eddie Bernays.
Is that what Barn was talking about, the anadromist, with his movie critique?
I don't think
hot
he was,
horrors.
I don't think he goes into Netflix ownership, but the
not
media has been programmed, corrupted by politics to be unentertaining. I think he was going there.
Yeah, I saw the something else that I was thinking. I saw the new trailer for Silver Surfer, the actually Fantastic Four, and they took a woman, they put a woman in it, they made it lame and gay, like
Faking gay.
South
I was
Park.
thinking about that
Faking
earlier
gay.
when I was walking kayfabe.
No, it was lame and gay, according to South Park.
All right.
But that's not the point. I was thinking is that, and also looking at the analysis of the usual movie critiques or the anadromists. I have once again the feeling that we are stuck in a time capsule because of 2017 or of such, where we were expecting the turning of the tide of sort, but there is no turning. It's just that forever.
The same bullshit forever.
No, there was a theory maybe already 4 years ago that all these kind of propaganda movies, they were already in production, so we will still have it for a while because they were already made, so they come out some year after.
Well,
Takes
yeah,
time.
there's that, right?
There is that, but we were saying that already in 2017. The movie that are coming out now, they didn't wrote it 10 years ago. They're doing the same stuff. There isn't a change in there isn't an ideological change fundamental.
All right. I think I've got a parable or an analogy of what I think has gone on, at least with Hollywood. But there are many other such cases. So imagine the mob, right? And the original gangster is the guy who's so much smarter and so much more ruthless and so much more like strong-willed than the rest of the people around him, so as to basically put them under his quote-unquote protection. Meanwhile, he can make even extra money selling them illicit, illegal substances so that they can self-medicate for the hell that he has put them in, right? And then the next generation, what happens is some of those people he's put into subjugation, they have children, and those children grow up in that kind of system where the dum-dums are punished ruthlessly from this one kind of smarty pants who's got all the power. But the smarty pants' son is not as much of a smarty pants as his father. And so on, generation after generation, until eventually you've got smart dum-dums and dumb smarty pants, and there needs to be a transition from the competent, or from the uncompetent to the competent. And I think that there's something like that happening in Hollywood, in the music industry, in a lot of areas. But I don't know. What do you guys think of that? And also, if nobody has any takes in that regard, we can move over to the CC Mool video to see what's going on.
I watched it already.
I have.
I was about to leave a comment. I didn't leave it, but
all right. Well,
I learned one thing from that video.
Okay. Well, we should watch it. We should watch it. Let me.
Yeah, we can do that.
I do have a take, though. I want to say that all that you were saying is like it came across as a long way of saying the downstream of Nepo, like the downstream consequences of Nepo babies.
Yeah. I think that's probably right.
It is
All
a
right.
problem we can address, but CC.
Yeah, let's give the floor to CC. I hope. Sad looking title. I hope we're not in for a real heartache here, but here we go.
Hello, I hope you're all doing well. My name's Cece Moore, and I will be talking in your ear a little bit today. So, as a disclaimer and maybe as a courtesy, there will probably be some cursing in this one.
Thanks for letting
I'm
us
a little
know.
salty, as the, title might imply, but it's also a sort of formal apology to McMo
Oh,
and
shit.
his cook-up stream yesterday, as well as Mark Jackson, and then also Ron Copperman, Afriel, and Grim Grids, because I feel like I was just, the vibes on my part were rancid in the group chat yesterday, and I apologize. But I do appreciate how nice everyone was to me, and I'm sorry I was such a downer. But it also kind of showed me that, maybe I'm not dealing with a conversation that I had as well as I could have, basically. So, for some context, I was out and about on Friday. We had a happy hour because all the interns are leaving. It was our technical last day. So, our workplace, they invited us all out for a happy hour. And it was really fun. It was, we had a training earlier that day, so everyone was in from the counties to do the training. And it was really good to see everyone. It was really good to say goodbye. But it was also just really sad because, I'm graduating soon, God willing. I got to do the essay first, okay? We're on a time schedule. It has to happen. But anyway, I'm graduating soon, and this is kind of the end of this chapter of my life, and I've just had a really great time with everyone, and I'm gonna be really sad to see them go, or I should say, see myself go. And yeah, I guess it was a combination of that, and then a conversation I had with someone I would call a mentor to me. She's our trainer, and she's just so cool. Like she is the pinnacle of cool. She is. And to tell you a little bit about her, the amount of heart to hearts I've had with this woman is the amount of times I've been drunk in front of this woman. She's relentless, but she cares so much, and that's one of the things that I really respect about her. And she's just so dedicated, and she wants to impress the importance of the work that she does upon the interns. And so me and like my other peers and everything, and she always takes time for us, and she pays attention. I was gone for spring break, and then I come back, and she like peeks her head out of her office and looks at me. She's like, "Where you been?" And I'm like, "Spring break." I was I had a it was called like an alternate. I did some other work. It was like a program that we did, so it's not like I was goofing around. But anyway, so I come back, and she's like, "Where you been?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing this, this, and this." And she's like, "Why couldn't you do that here?" And I'm like, "Well, because the school requires this, and this." She's like, "Well, that's stupid." I'm like, "All right." But it was so it made me so it made me happy that she knew that I wasn't there, I guess. And yeah, I really respect her. I respect her a lot. But then comes this situation, which I mean, I don't respect her any less. In fact, I respect her more, and I maybe respect myself less, or maybe no, I don't think I do. But anyway, we'll get into it here. Okay, so we were at the happy hour. I was already a good way to shit faced at this point, although I did not know it because the Bellini was excellent. Okay, you could hardly tell there was any alcohol in it, and maybe that was part of the problem.
Is this
But
gonna
anyway,
move on from a story of drunkenness?
It's nothing but personal.
Hardly.
Run it. I wouldn't run it any further. You got the apology already.
The apology was at the beginning. Yes, that.
Okay.
And it's really never really clear what she's butthurt about. So I don't know. But
Well, I guess we'll have to go back and figure it out. CC, all is forgiven. No need to apologize to me. We do have a recommendation to check out Tim Dillon and Candace Owen. Is anybody else interested in that? If not, we can go to 5Z.
The first 12.
I can't do that.
The first 12 minutes of Candace and Tim is about Macron's being married to a man. If you're into that.
Oh, I see.
So
that's no laughing
I mean,
matter. I
it
apologize.
might be further, but I mean, there might be different stuff further, but that's as far as I got.
Should we check the 33rd minute?
That'd be cool.
And then be done with it. It's about halfway too. All right. I'm going to do 32:17. Share this tab instead. Double check. Okay. You guys are seeing it. Let me know if you're hearing it.
I've done like one movie. It was like the worst movie ever, Joker 2. Shout out to everyone who ruined that.
Talked about that earlier.
And I said, everyone goes, are you thinking mad at you for saying how bad it was? I go, what am I going to do? I make a living with my fucking mouth. I'm going to lie and go, no, it's great. It's great that the Joker's doing show tunes. Isn't that what everyone wants? Isn't that what everyone wants is show tunes with, so I was in like one movie. And again, I don't like, I'm plugged in, but you from the total outside, this is what's very interesting. As somebody who's really in the outside, you see things better in a lot of these situations than people that are in it, because you have this detachment where you can go, wait a minute, what's going on? Where you're like, because I just heard, I'm like, oh, I guess there's some weird, I didn't think he was like super guilty, but I'm like, some weirdness on set, whatever, kind of ignored it, move on. But you're like, no, this was a complete attempt to destroy this man's life.
Yeah, it was bad. Put him in a hospital.
Yeah.
And he is the most frustrating person because he never once fought back for himself.
Any idea who he is in that sentence?
Yeah, I have no clue who they're talking about. No clue.
We got 30 seconds more in the 33rd minute. Maybe they'll tell us.
Let's see. What are we at? Yeah, we're at 33. You're right.
Like he genuinely.
What do you think that is? Because he's being told by people, just don't say anything.
So here's the thing. A lot of people, most people I would think in Hollywood are a lot like Ryan and Blake, where they pretend to be good people by giving money and virtue signaling. And like, I give to this cause, I care about this, or like
donate to my Ko-Fi.
I'm a feminist and they're not. He actually is all of those things.
Right.
Like he actually is.
Right.
He just takes it from people, and I need to be better, and he's constantly just like hitting himself over the head. Like, I need to be better. I went through his Instagram page and I like suffered from PTSD with how nice he was. I didn't like it. It was like, it was like way too nice. You know, I was just like, good, just one time stand up for yourself.
Right. Yeah.
And a woman's like, men shouldn't speak. He's like, you're right.
You're right. Men shouldn't speak.
Men shouldn't speak.
That's right. It's pretty much probably one of my core beliefs. I say it all the time. One of my core beliefs: men shouldn't speak. That's probably one of the things I say the most.
You're right. I'm like, no. I'm like, no.
Gosh.
Look,
Let's
Noah
go
Foxman's on the stream. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I'm hanging out.
You gonna take us down the Strand later?
Oh yeah. That's my plan.
Yeah, that's whenever I get done streaming, that's like my chill time after stream. I just like put Noah up in the background, and sometimes I comment, sometimes I don't. Sometimes nobody even knows I'm there, but I'm just one of those silent views, and I just have Noah up completing missions in the background.
I like that game too. It's like pizza delivery guy 2055.
Yeah.
There actually is a pizza delivery mission at one point. We'll see if we can get it.
That makes me feel pressured to play, McMo, and I'm just kind of chilling right now.
I mean, that's fine. That guy, your Eagle guy is moving more than Tunji or Noah, so it's probably still fine.
First then.
We did. We checked it out. Those two are some of the they will say everything. You can tell that they like saying the thing that they know people don't want them to say. Like that's kind of there's an obvious glee that they have in doing that.
It's like a diet Kanye.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, both of them are a lot more like Kanye than I think we all realize. All right, I'm gonna play this 5Z thing. I have been making a beat, and I've got something in the background, but I need to upload it. It seems like the Dialogos may be escaping us at this point.
Well, I'm waiting for the 5Z, so let's roll.
On your channel?
Yeah.
Not yet. Oh.
I'm gonna go double speed.
Oh, yep.
Woo!
I do.
We're there.
Yep, live.
Okay.
And there we are.
You can see it.
Oh, yep. I can see it.
And I can hear it. So we're working. Does it sound good? Or are we like crazy sounding?
I don't know because I haven't muted.
Okay. Got it.
Otherwise, it'll feedback.
Well, then don't want to listen.
Oh, sounds good. I just listened to it from that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let me see where there's a.
This is painful.
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No,
That's
that's
right.
good.
That's like normally what
Fine, I'll look with this.
33.
Yes, true. That's a good point.
That's too fast. for
So anybody
me.
who's listening, this is my friend
I'm
Jeremy.
bugging.
Hello.
What are we saying? It's horrible.
We can't do that. It hurts us. It hurts us.
Too fast.
Other people's double speed just doesn't land right somehow. Can you jump to 33 maybe?
Yep. You don't like when the double speed is forced upon thee. And when you're in the live stream, you can't go half speed and then catch up. Unfortunate. All right. I'm going to put it on normal. We are at 32:48
on that front.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I like his last comment. I find he jumps to conclusions in an over eagerness to serve. It's like kind of sycophantic, right? It's kind of like the little dog in Looney Tunes, and the big dog in little dog's like, hey, I think we should go. I think we should go chase a car. I think we should go chase a car. Small car, right? Spike, you like chase a car, right? And like, I slash the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so.
That's actually really good.
Was that English?
They're talking about the AI and how it's sycophancy, and that's also a hot topic over on the X.
What in the world was that accent?
Last comment. I find it jumps to conclusions in an over eagerness.
You remember the cartoons with the bulldog and the little chihuahua?
Vaguely, vaguely.
It's him doing that.
Disturb. It's like kind of sycophantic, right? It's kind of like the little dog in Looney Tunes, and the big dog in little dog's like, hey, I think we should go. I think we should go chase a car. I think we should go chase a car. Small car, right? Spike, you like chase a car, right? And like, I slash the dog.
Yeah.
Like so.
That's actually a really good point because it's too friendly. I remember an early version I played with.
It's too friendly, y'all.
Is that a robot lady in the middle as well?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're dealing with robot ladies.
Too much AI, and I'm still I still have antibodies against artificially generated content.
I mean,
I
with
react.
that video of Jeremy AI, like that's the thing that's disturbing me right now. That was insane. I still don't know what he said. Was it just noises?
I have no clue, man. If you don't get it,
Can you get to the private chat? I dropped you the link to what he said.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You want it, huh? Nah, you wouldn't like that, would you, Spike? Hey, Spike, how about we chase cars, huh? Does that sound like fun? Nah. Yeah, that wouldn't be no fun. How about beating up a cat? Would you like that, Spike? Huh? Would you like that, huh, Spike?
Cat? You know where is it a cat?
Yeah, sure, Spike, sure. I know where's it a cat. Oh boy, we're gonna have fun beating up a cat, ain't we, Spike?
Charleston,
That was the part he did.
Some dance, some prance.
That was
The mind control got me. I was like hooked. I was like, okay, here we go.
What happens next? What happens next?
Yeah, that was a good cartoon.
Yeah, but that's the part he was doing, and he's saying that's what working with the AI is like. Is that the AI is like that little dog?
Ah, I see. Okay. Still weird choice to make. That dog, I understood what the dog was saying. I still don't know what Jeremy was saying.
Try it again. It's good times.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, I don't hear it.
There's no sound.
Share this tab instead. Is that like recognizing you have a problem and
Here we go.
yourself?
We completely lost the plot.
Levels of
It's Jover, guys. It's so Jover.
Maybe this is what it feels like to be autistic. I can't tell what a joke and what's not anymore.
Bro, you
I don't
trying to
think-
make us all crazy?
Nobody but you can hear them.
Oh man. Man. What a fumble. What a fall.
That's all right. You got that beat dropped yet? No, you're doing the upload so you can play it for us part, right?
Oh, I mean, I completely stopped doing that, and I was just like, you know what? Let's just hang out for a little while. But I could always drop some branding. I could always.
And I think sometimes
you might as well, right? You might as well step into life. It may have been an accident, a mistake, but stepping in is better than stepping away. Even if you step in shit. Give me a second. I just realized I have another meeting. I got to make sure I'm good.
What are we doing? I haven't posted it on the internet yet. There's still time to escape the catastrophe the eucatastrophe that this video is going to, and this camera never moves this much.
I wonder if it's when I do it or something. Maybe it triggers it.
No, it's far more demonic than that. Trust me, because
when it moves, the little green light is on me and it's watching me and it's taking careful notes. But
dudes, stop it. Step away from the ledge. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. You're just on drugs. That's what I learned.
That one is rough, man. It's like the destruction of Christian Baxter made branding.
Is it that? I didn't know that it was rough on Christian Baxter. I'd have to rewatch it, I guess.
Dude, he says he stepped in shit and then looks at his phone. It's just it's ever. Like, here I am on your lives. Oh, it's harsh.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. I mean, that part did stick out to me as just like very, very interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting because it's so malignant, and you're like, here, I'll make it branding. Oh, that hurts. It hurts to watch and feel so good all at the same time.
The thing is about branding is that there was never any stipulation that it needed to make the viewer feel good.
So true. It shouldn't always. I mean, a lot of the times, yes, but it shouldn't always. You know what's the whole branding thing? What's really always disappointed me is that like branding that shows planes landing never became a thing because Paul has needed that for years. But,
Well, we need to work. I'll work on that. Duly noted.
I don't know, people don't play as much as they used to. I guess we don't have as much appeal.
Well, I bet it comes in waves, but I also think that there's a lot of people doing a lot of stuff right now. And so it just kind of, a lot of the people that used to do stuff exclusively for you, Grim, are now kind of doing their own stuff or have had children.
Yeah, I just mean them like there was an uptick in people starting to participate for a while, and that's what I noticed is gone. Because like you expect people to do it for a while and then move on, or keep doing it always. One of the two.
Do you ever think about starting new things so that the people who have joined you at a certain, like right after Benjamin Boyce, you could have started a new LARP gate, and then all of the new people would have gotten their first experience at a LARP gate. You ever think about stuff like that?
I don't think there was any uptick from Boyce.
Really?
Really? I don't.
Dang.
I apparently wasn't my charming self. It wasn't. I haven't been at my best for quite some time. So it was
So
like
the voice bump is a myth, dude. I thought the voice bump was real, dude.
I had hoped that voice bump. I was trying to speak it into existence, and yet I think it's a slow boil. I think there's
It's a voice boil.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Well, you're canceling the interview then, Mikmo?
Yeah, I was gonna interview Benjamin on the chill stream.
Really? Do it.
I'm just
He
kidding.
dropped an interview right after the one with me. That was funny. Pull them off, would you?
Oh yeah. Whatever you want.
And Luke's out there. Can you drop him the link? We want to see him on a chill stream.
Oh yeah, Luke's. I don't think Luke has joined a chill stream in a very, very long time. Ups, giving us the reality of the situation, which is at least one individual from the Boyce interview from Boyce Land joined the tower, the Broken Clock Tower.
From BeardTube, as he hashtags it.
Beard tube or beer tube?
Beard. It's under his videos. It's a hashtag.
Huh. Beard tube, not bread tube.
That's what we do. We are the Daily Bread.
Are we bread tubers?
I make video essays about Marxism in Fallout New Vegas. I think I'm basically a bread tuber now.
Dang. No is a bread tuber.
What does that mean, you young people? Your fancy lingo?
Oh man. It's that's the
I think I just defined it right there. I think that was it. Is you make videos about Marxism in Fallout New Vegas.
Okay, because I thought it was people making sourdough bread, like
I don't know why it's called BreadTube, but it's basically the like leftist side of YouTube.
The Marxism.
Yeah.
Like Vosh and stuff.
Yeah.
Ugh. You know, hedonism is gross a lot of the times. It's like a defilation. A defilation.
Yeah,
What?
we need to be aiming the hedonists among us to repent of that and aim instead towards leisure. Rest.
Like the ancient version of leisure, though, like the etymological one. Deep
I'm
down.
thinking about just walking outside and putting your face in the sun and taking some deep breaths and just kind of letting your mind settle and think. That's the type of leisure that I think people just really need to engage with more.
What's it do for me? What are the outputs? Is it part of my self-maxing program?
No.
You guys want to sign up with Home at Self-Max with me?
You should self-max, Grim. You should become more. I think that you should have the aim primarily of just kind of becoming and gaining more and more power and becoming more and more powerful. I think that would be good, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, because like honestly, like my age group of ladies can't reproduce anymore, so there's no other means of legacy than personal power and influence at this point.
Your hands are tied.
What you gonna do? It's like I'm trying to go back to God, and He's like, "Nah, you haven't been prodigal enough yet. Really go after it."
Yeah. Yeah. We've gone too dark for the hive mind.
Oh, signs in the dust isn't the hive mind.
Yeah, the signs in the dust speaks for the hive mind. The only channel in all of the TLC Peterson sphere that would give old Marcher a wrench, and I did it.
Who the hell is Marcher anyway, other than like an agent working the Discords?
I mean, he's mostly just an agent working the Discord, but I think he's an agent from Vatican City.
See, that's the thing, is which agency does he work for?
David J. Busatil is in the house if his screen will work. I'm going to actually remove him until I can see his cam. Ah, there he is. The handsome man. Are you wearing sunglasses? It's too small. No, you're not. You don't get the full screen
I could
treatment.
go I could get some sunglasses if that would help.
Well, you'd get the
That's your
full
prep.
full screen treatment if you were wearing sunglasses.
Okay, I'll go get them.
Earn the full treatment,
Yeah,
poet.
simple as.
He's our resident theater kid, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Therefore, probably our connection to Tim Pool.
Yeah. Oh wait, I see Dan's here too.
All right, he's got the
Oh.
connections. Get me
Well,
out.
first and foremost
I need
is
more coffee anyway.
got to be Dan. Dan, welcome, sir. Glad you could hop on one of these. This is fun. Got anything to say to the people in your 1 minute of fame because of the cool shades?
Well, Mo, I respect your stamina because after a 5-hour live stream yesterday, you're showing an impressive refractory period here.
I appreciate that, but we all know that over complimenting me gets you removed for a little while. That's not going to be what's going on here. I need to remove the virtually not alone bubble. I'm the only one without my camera on, and I'm still wearing the sunglasses. What's wrong with me? But in the meantime, David J. Busatil has also gotten the sunshades. What's up, David? Welcome. How are you, sir? How was church?
This is awful. I hate wearing sunglasses inside. I don't know how people do it. I can't wear a hat in a car. It just bothers me. It's just, I mean, I'll keep doing it, but it just feels like I'm blindfolded. Why?
No, it's fine. You can take them off. You can take them off. It's just for the, to play along to
Yeah.
I don't know what you call it. Basically, to play along. I don't need to make it more
Did you
complicated.
ask if
than
I
that.
went to church? I did go to church and it was good.
I asked how was church. I assumed you went to church. Your reputation precedes you, sir.
Yeah, I went to church. It was great. I had a great time at church. All right.
Really?
Even
being
if you were
silly?
just there for a good time, you would have went.
Should make it sound more convincing.
Yeah, that sounded sarcastic. Is everything okay?
No, things are good. Things are very good.
Okay, cool. Well, how much of this marathon stream have you caught? Grim thinks we should shut her down. I think that he thinks that the vibe has gone, the Dialogos has died.
What? No. Did you know that earlier in this stream you can find Tunji's testimony?
There's a bit of that. There is a bit of that.
Those go in the character clips section on the Broken Clock Tower Discord.
We need a good Broken Clock Tower branding as well. Like a little Broken Clock Tower explainer video that also functioned as branding. That would be pretty nice.
Slide the branding between the explainer because the explainer parts are always hard to watch.
It's true.
I wish I could. I do not understand computers well enough. I made one thing that I think may have worked for branding. I have never used it. I think I want to share it now, if that is an allowed thing. Where I made something for a joke for Grail Country and never got to use it. Can you make me main face? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, is it something else? Oh, yeah.
It's got to be better than Minecraft.
Yeah, if it's not better than Minecraft, we will all be very disappointed. Oh wait, I could just make you. I could have just switched you.
You made an actual prop. Holy sh! How is that not at Pacific Northwest?
Well, oh, that's your face in there.
Yeah,
that's a little. Is that your icon?
I made this to troll Grail Country one time, and I never found the appropriate time to do it. So I did this myself.
What? I mean,
I'm not good at Photoshop, but this feels right.
Wait, is that real or is that an effect? That looks like it is. It's just cardboard. Ah,
yeah, it's what's called foam core. It's the same thing that
foam
this
core.
thing's made out of.
Yeah, foam core. I got.
But
you.
I just painted it flat. But
I've been to an art store. I know about foam core.
It's very warped from the painting of it. Now,
That's hilarious.
let's just say your wife is not part of the corner and she finds this and you try to explain it to her.
No, you don't try
Imagine.
to explain.
My wife would want you to like open an Etsy so that we could buy a couple and send them to our friends.
Yeah. No, it's true. My wife is. Yeah. So I
The
tried
company could
jumping
be
on.
called
I
like
don't know when.
Beify me, Beify.me.
Yeah,
Something
just
like
like
that,
put a
maybe?
mirror inside of it. I am pretty proud of this. Like if it wasn't a joke, it'd be great.
Oh, actually, yeah. You can always change. Here's a good koan for you. You can always change a joke into art with a mirror.
Oh, that's true. It's true. If I just put a mirror in here. Or
Yeah.
like, I don't know, I've been reflecting on this because this is what I want, right? I'm trying to be Jesus.
Yeah,
Like in a good way. So
that's manifest, dude. You're trying to manifest.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that who that's supposed to be? I thought it was the water bearer.
is it? I thought this is Jesus. Is this
I think
not-
it's David J. Busatil.
Yeah.
I'm placing the honor and the blame in the same place.
Yeah, but I never figured out what to do with it. We talked about doing something on the news program for it, and I never figured it out.
I don't know, but the thing is, here's the question, and this might be
Yeah.
this might be a rude question to ask. How is that a troll of Grail country?
I just wanted to have it on when they brought me on one time, and just to be a silly boy. But then,
For Lives of the
first
Saints?
off,
For Lives of the
this
Saints,
required
you
a
wanted to
lot
do
more
that?
effort than I thought it would. Yeah, I should have jumped on there. But then I just started liking it also.
Can you bring that to Midwestuary for photo opportunities, like $10 a pop? Please?
I want to see John Vervaeke's
I guess
face
I
poking out
could.
of that hole.
Oh my God, I never even thought about that because I am going to Midwestuary. Yeah, I can bring that.
Absolutely bring that, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Oh my goodness, that's great. I mean that really is top notch stuff, David. Thanks for sharing that on the McMo stream. Wow, what a privilege!
An exclusive.
What a blessing! What a gift!
That's almost as good as a Ko-Fi donation.
It almost comes real close to making a difference in my life. Oh yeah.
Yanni, I will
You-
let Yanni finish his presentation, just not as part of Bible study.
To be
It
fair,
wasn't
yeah.
Bible study.
Yeah, Yanni, you should have opted to do it at the end. He gave you the option to do it at the end. You should have done it at the end.
Or to come back.
Yeah. Or done it on the chill stream, you know? David's going to do what he's going to do for his Bible study. But, you know, if anybody ever wants to do a presentation on the McMo chill stream, it's fine. For a small donation, I'll let you do it on the chill stream. For a large donation, I'll let you do it on the chill stream without prior vetting.
Ooh.
What do you consider a large donation?
Surprise me.
Just let us know after the donation what kind of whether vetting or not is required.
Yeah. See, the thing is that the size of the donation has way more to do with how much money that person has to begin with. You know, like
percentage. It's percentage of your income donation that matters.
Yeah. But no, everybody donate to my Ko-Fi. It goes to a good cause, which is me getting to Midwestuary so that I can put my face behind that creation that David made. Dan, well, I don't want to speak for Dan, but if I can't make it to Midwestuary, I will, Lord willing, at the very least, be at Southeastuary, which
There you
is
go.
later on in October. So I won't be far from the estuary waters this year.
Is
We'll
there
get
an
up in
official
there.
date for that in October?
There is an official date, but I can't remember what it is.
We need, all right, a Broken Clock Tower Discord people. We need a upcoming events PNG as an overlay for StreamYards.
That's true.
So we can just pop up what the upcoming events are for everybody, and we'll distribute that around the network as if we're functional.
Sounds like a plan. Luke, welcome, sir.
Hey, he made it. The first ever appearance of Luke Thompson on the
Blessing us with the deepest of V's.
That's what I was just thinking.
Luke, I put on a shirt for this live stream because I was like, I don't want to be too sexual. And then I see this.
This is old school TLC lore. This is deep cut chest.
It is a deep cut.
Where's your bra, though?
I have mixed feelings about this. Last time he was talking about giving people foot pics.
I don't even know what that is.
I didn't bring that.
Like pictures of his feet with them spread.
Oh, wow.
It just feels dirty. to me.
No, well, we don't do that.
Oh.
Let's calm it down here, boys. Let's not get too feral in front of the whole internet, God, and everybody. Let's relax.
How'd it go with your 40 days without hot Dialogos?
I mean, it was good. It was fine. I mean, fasting from all sorts of things is good. My light, I don't know. I mean, it was just kind of sad because I obviously missed the people, and this is a really the intellectual Dialogos part of it is good for my creativity and my own personal preferences and growth, I think. But
did you hear PVK's his critique of you? Of course you didn't because you were off of Lent, but basically the critique, and I don't know if it came from PVK, but I think that he at least repeated it.
He did voice it.
He did voice it, which was, if TLC is your ministry, you shouldn't give it up for Lent.
yeah, I mean, a bunch of people were telling me that. Nate also said that me not doing TLC for Lent was, I think, stupid was the word he said. I mean, I don't know. I just decided to do it.
So what you're saying, Luke, is that you don't think God is operating in this at all. You were merely doing it to be indulgent, and that's why you gave it up.
No, I think God's working in all sorts of things. But I think it's good to fast from them and, get a little break. You guys hear me whisk my eggs?
It was fun, though, because there was a couple of streams where you weren't in the chat, but you sent me messages while things were happening. So it was like, and I think I called you on the phone once or twice right afterwards. So it was like, it was more embodied, I guess, and it was much more personal. So yeah. I think it was a good exercise.
I mean, I was still interacting with people. I mean, anybody that has my phone number or email or whatever could still get a hold of me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I talked to you like twice.
Guys, we've got a real quorum here. We could go through the estuary protocol. Luke, did I mishear you in your video? Do you think you are more metagelical than Eastern Orthodox?
No.
And then Phlebas was really scared and worried for you because he thought that you said that you didn't feel good enough to be a Christian, which would be a weird thing to say, right?
Yeah.
Because of the forgiveness of sins.
It's also like I think it's just a deep acknowledgement and revelation, epiphany, I suppose, that I had during Lent, that like this whole Christianity thing, this whole voluntary self-sacrifice, very contra to Jordan Peterson, is not something that's beholden to your will. And like, you can't will your own voluntary self-sacrifice just harder. That's just not the way that it really works, because that's a constant struggle for me. It's perennial, evergreen. I'm constantly trying to do that. That work, The
legitimacy of that point is part of where Calvinism comes from. Is the realization that at some level, there's no more effort, right? There's no effort that you can put in.
Well, I'll say stuff sometimes and PBK will still call me a Calvinist. I don't really as I've said before about Calvinism, it all depends on what you mean. Tell me about the Calvinism. You don't.
Right. Yeah.
Like the linear Calvinism as a mechanistic linear thing in time, with determinism working that way, and absolute, just like nailed down systems of how it all works is not something I believe in. I mean, I don't even believe in that for universalism, contrary to what Jacob may think. So,
right. Well, and that's one of my favorite. One of my entry points into the corner was actually a Chris Pacow like music video. It was Pajot, and I can't remember the Irish dude's name. It's like talked about Nietzsche a lot. Anyway, it's will only brings you so far, and then you're carried, and you can't explain it, right? Because that's the whole thing about trying to make yourself as good as possible, build yourself up to be able to do. It's like, yeah, but at some point, will only takes you so far.
Yeah, I don't know how to talk about it. I mean, I still don't feel like I have a good enough handle on it to speak about it. But back to McMo's original point of being more metagelical than orthodox. I mean, I don't think so. It was just more an interesting thought experiment that I was doing in listening to Ethan's first game show with Henry, because Henry's he's a very interesting, open-minded guy, and I feel like there's a lot of those that are just kind of coming out of essentially the conservative Southern Baptist tradition, which is just ironic because I think, that's what a lot of Orthodox converts are flooding away from, is kind of that quasi hyper-conservative strain of evangelicalism. And I was like, wouldn't it just be an interesting future if Orthodox, like all those guys leave the kind of fundy Southern Baptists and become Orthodox, and Orthodox just becomes that thing, and the Southern Baptists are the metagelical, open-minded ones that are actually having conversations with people that disagree with them. That would just be fascinating. In a Sabbath.
Jan God in the comments. I want to bring in some of the comments here. Jan God in the comments says, just got to wait, and waiting is fun, bringing in the idea of wait on the Lord. And then Anselman says, you got to strive. You got to run the race for the prize, not just sit down. And the problem is they're both right and they're both wrong, because there's a waiting on the Lord that includes the striving to love one's neighbor. But then there's also the fact that we are on the day of the Lord today. So we're relaxing today. Today we seize the means of relaxation. We are chilling out. So we honor the Lord by our rest and our fellowship on this day, which is what a lovely gift we've been given. And even the villain of the corner marcher is enjoying a nice torta. So it's okay to chill every so often. You don't have to have existential anxiety all the time every day. I don't know. What do we think? Is that too kumbaya? Is that too resting? Is that?
Yeah, it's good. It's good, man. I think that the key for me is to understand that, that we have to. The Lord does not require for us to give Him what we don't have, or which we cannot give. So I guess that is a central foundational aspect of what you think about God and theology. Either way, if you think that he can ask you beyond what you can or not, and then you can respond to that because you're going to struggle, and once you struggle, you have to respond to that struggle in some way. Then one way to respond is, well, I believe that we receive grace from God, and that grace it's it's actually effective in our life. Even if there is performance, you know, how is it that called? You may struggle. You will see yourself not being as good as you can be, but you will also see that the love of God at the time and His forgiveness coming after you. Otherwise, there is no. Yeah. Otherwise, we are not experiencing what the Lord has achieved for us on the cross. We cannot remain in a state of eternal unsatisfaction, in a sense, while at the same time we should also, for our present life, remain every day as a day of repentance.
I would be interested in, and Tunji, you got some, or somebody's got some real feedback going on. Is it just me, maybe?
No.
Let me know if it's clear in everybody else's ear, but yeah, somebody sounds like they got some real, okay, it's cleared up now. Okay. I would be interested. Well, one, it is funny that Mark's daughter wants to know why someone is playing Minecraft, and it's because Minecraft is fun and we're chilling and hanging out with our friends. I would be interested in hearing from Luke. Well, I'd be interested in hearing from Dan what you think about all this stuff, just because you've probably talked the least on the internet out of all of us, and so that means you've got the most new things to share. Potentially, maybe not. No pressure. But then also, I would like to hear how Luke has kind of thought about grace in regards to his transition from the more like Reformed space to Eastern Orthodoxy, and what does Eastern Orthodoxy have a conception of grace? How does it function? To what is it? Is the view that it would be overemphasized in Reformed theology? That kind of process of thought, grace in Orthodoxy. What does that look like? But please, Dan, if you've got something, I see you came off mute, so please enlighten us.
Oh man, I didn't even realize it did that. I'm sorry. No, I don't have anything to say at the moment, but I'll feel free to chime in. I appreciate your hospitality.
Awesome. Well, that puts you in the hot seat, Luke. What do you think?
I mean, I think, it's Orthodoxy, just like any Christian thing, like whether it's the Reformed tradition or whatever, it's just like, we're the biblical church. Well, Orthodoxy also acknowledges grace. And we say everything is grace. I just think that it has the broader understanding of Orthodoxy, and this is the whole distinction of like works, I guess, that you were alluding to before. I mean, it's not will, but there's definitely works in Orthodoxy because it's a harmonious thing. It's a relational thing. It's a personal thing. It maintains oneness and distinction between God and the person. And so there isn't just that's why like monergism, like the one directional, unidirectional thing just doesn't make sense in Orthodoxy. And in a sense is kind of heretical because it destroys the relational aspect of it, that it's both at the same time. Hence the whole Trinity. And so like when you lose an understanding of grace with works and working out your salvation with fear and trembling, where you're an active participant in that is distinct from God, although at one in God, kind of like the illustration in Orthodoxy they always use is the sword that takes on the characteristics of the fire when it's refined, so it glows and becomes hot, and it doesn't cease being a sword. It just puts on God. And so there's definitely grace in Orthodoxy. It's just I don't know what it is for me in my own willingness. Like Stephen D20, I was messaging him the other day, and he's like, it's remnants of what I call piece of shit theology. I think I don't know. I don't really know. These are the things in myself that are so deeply part of who I am that like if I understood them fully, they probably wouldn't be issues, they're still getting worked out. I don't know what it is. I mean, because I constantly get caught up in that cycle of just try harder, just do it better, just work more. The kind of stuff I've talked about, the Protestant work ethic, and it doesn't work. It doesn't mean that it's just like that there's nothing to do. But I don't know what the doing is. It's probably it's the effect of the will of obedience where you're giving up your will. Like that's the act of will is to. I don't know how to.
I spent some time with old school Mennonites. They're some of my favorites. And I found out how they pick their pastors, and I found it almost like confusing because they're, stereotypically the group that does not believe in God's sovereignty, right? Like they're Anabaptists, so they come from that tradition, so that's completely different. They don't believe in God's sovereignty, not really. The way they pick their pastor is if you're a baptized member, then you could become pastor, okay? Any man, these were conservative Mennonites, so any dude who is baptized could be, as long as you were in good standing. Like if you said you couldn't, then that was like, well, what's going on? What's the problem then, buddy? But what happened is, let's just say one pastor retires or he dies, or I don't know, he went crazy and killed someone with a hammer, whatever. You got to replace your pastor. The way that they would pick them is everyone who was a member got to vote, and they would nominate people in the congregation. And these people would be chosen based on that, and they'd get all the people who were chosen by, nominated by other people. You go up to them, is there any reason you can't serve? And then they all get together, they pray for the men, they put the names in a hat, and then whichever name comes out of the hat is who Jesus has chosen to be the pastor of the church. These are the people that apparently don't believe in God's sovereignty. Like, I dare the Calvinists to actually do that. Like, to actually act fully like they believe it so much that they're like, whatever name comes out of the hat, that's the name Jesus picked.
Yeah, I really like that. And sorry, I don't know if this is related to what came to mind. Was it McMo today or Joab? And apparently this is something maybe Jacob has said too. I think it was your stream where he was saying, what was it exactly? Remind me. It's not so much that we don't think there's messiahs around, but there's messiahs around everywhere. It's just there's many messiahs, but just for whatever reason, the way that I think of it is almost like it's not the right kairos moment for their own messiahship to manifest or something. Either they're not ready or the people around them aren't ready. And to me, that very much resonates, because to me, that's my understanding of my Christology and eschatology is Christ was the first fruits of the many messiahs, which will be all of mankind in their own, his time, his kairos moment at the fullness of time was 2,000 years ago. Your fullness of time, enter into fully embodying the Spirit of Christ.
I just want to point of privilege, Tunji. If you want to try to unjoin and join again, I had to mute you because your phone was still bleeping and blooping, and it was pretty uncomfortable for me.
I am already muted.
But you might need to. Yeah, I mean, as soon as you joined again, it did it again. So I don't know if yeah. But anyway, I don't know. I wanted to offer a little bit of pushback on the framing of, putting Calvinists to the test or putting Arminians to the test of like, how could you say that there's still, it's not as if the names in the hat were completely random, right? So there's a sense in which it's already it's being mediated in some real or constrained. It's almost that the sovereign will of God of randomness is constrained by the human will.
Right. They're
an
not
agency.
picking just anyone.
Right. But then on the other hand, a good Calvinist would say, well, yeah, we trust God to be sovereign also in the way that people are formed, and the way that they make choices, and the people that have good reputations.
Yeah.
It's God's sovereign will to have those people have reputations, as well as the gifts that would lead someone to think that they would be a good pastor, right? So like I think in both ways,
Well,
the Arminian or the Calvinist has ample room to kind of claim like, we can kind of, we've got explanations for that.
Well, and that's kind of what I was hoping to get at, was this idea of outside of the community, we have a way that we think that they're missing something, not realizing that they might be exhibiting aspects of trust that we ourselves may not have the bravery to undertake, right? And the guy who I was speaking to, I talked to a couple of guys who were Mennonite, and they were even saying that one guy believed in the death penalty. He thought that God was using militaries and everything to bring about justice and God's desires in the world. It just wasn't our responsibility to be the ones making it happen. And that really like put things in light for me, is where it's like sometimes the performative contradiction of God is entirely sovereign, but he also needs me in order for justice to occur, right? Versus like this group that's apparently anti-war, but it's just like, no, they just think it's not their place to participate in it. We all have our place.
Yeah, I mean that's the idea of finding your place seems maybe more important than figuring out determinism or the extent to your free will in some real way, right? Like that, like you can hold those in tension if you kind of have some sort of purchase on your placedness, like where, like who, where, the context and identity. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier in the stream as well, the kind of that idea of one's identity being a gift from the creator in some real sense, so that and that being kind of a light in the darkness for the nihilism, that not only it says it frees you up to create of yourself what you will, but it's really like a death sentence, right? It's really like welcome to the world, your name is Sisyphus, now get to pushing. And so yeah, I wanted to, I guess, bring out that idea of like the context in which we live and how that pertains to the identity, and put that in kind of in conversation with what you were saying. But I fear I have lost the thread, and I got a little distracted by Noah's gaming. I'm not gonna lie, we were underneath the water there for a second. I was like, oh no, is this stream underwater? Have I lost the plot? And maybe I have, but that's all right. Dan, what have you been thinking about this time?
McMo, you're that teacher that calls on the student that's like kind of drifting off for a moment.
Hey, that's the right answer here, though. Like we're not here for rigorous dialogos. We're just kind of chilling.
What's up, my rigorous dialogos? Man, I actually wrote a note down, and now I can't find my note. Let's go with this. The idea that there's weight with knowledge, like as you learn things or become privy to information, it becomes something that you have to kind of carry around with you. It can't be unloaded. And we've all experienced this. If maybe we found out something that we wish we didn't know, and you can't kind of like unsee it, so to speak. And, whether that's with experiences that we've had in church or in personal relationships or with more society-wide stuff. For a period of time, I kind of delved into what's more or less known as the conspiracy space. And I sort of started as more or less a normie kind of skeptic sort of person. I guess I had more faith in the institutions than it turned out was warranted, I guess. And some of that stuff, at first, it's kind of interesting and exciting. And then it's like, wow, what do I do with this? And it definitely has... It definitely conjures up some... Yeah, please.
Can I ask Dan what the one that got you in was? Because with different people, it's a different entry point. Right?
Well, for me, I would say it was a lab leak hypothesis getting shouted down.
It's a good one.
Right, like off the bat. And the thing that made it really clear to me is that, in an emerging situation where something is happening unexpectedly, purportedly, there's confusion, right? And so you would expect to have to kind of triangulate what's true, right? Like anytime there's an emergency, there's confusion, there's chaos initially, and over time it becomes clear what's viable as a hypothesis and what's not. And so when that was off the table, they're like, well, we don't know where it came from, but it definitely didn't come from a lab. I'm like, okay, your story is complete bullshit. So I just started peeling back layers, kind of obsessively with that for a while. And then, when it came to other things, I just had more of a posture of, okay, I'm not going to assume that the quote unquote conspiracy is the truth, but I'm not going to de facto assume that the prevailing narrative is true. And I think some of what, I went to public school, and I think a decent amount of what we call history as it's presented may not be, I don't want to say it's not accurate. I don't know that they even attempt to make it accurate. And obviously everybody's got their perspective, and you have the frame problem, right? So like on a certain level, no one can be accurate, right? Because we all have our biases. But I guess I just realized the extent of propaganda. And then as a dad, it's like, okay, perhaps as an adult, I have the faculties to sort of deal with this kind of thing. But then having to make kind of executive decisions about how do I try to inoculate my children against propaganda? Especially when it's like kind of military grade, tailor made for them. I mean, like, and it's Hollywood, and it has a huge budget, because it seems like you're presented with this really nasty bifurcation. You take the one path and you're kind of like hands off, and that stuff just has all kind of access, to the child to form them. But if you go the other way, then it's like, hey, what are you hiding from me? And it's like, well, you got to trust me. Like, this is not good for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then it's like, that kind of is a feedback loop into, the other path, which is kind of like masculinity is bad. Your inner unicorn needs to be unleashed, and anybody who's standing in the way from that is just Globo Jim,
Right.
So anyway, this kind of stuff, you can
that kind of was my wife's entry into a lot of conspiracy stuff too. Was for her job, she was really affected by what was open and what was closed. And I'm in Ontario, and what Ontario was saying was different than what Canada was saying. Like Ontario being in Canada. And then we also get a ton of US news. And so if you're trying to figure out how shut down are we and what restrictions are we following, everyone is so sure what things, like no one said, look, we have no idea what's happening. People said, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what we know. And there was no, look, guys, we don't know what the hell we're doing. We're just making this up as we go along. Please have patience, right?
Making it up with great confidence, though, and great.
Right.
There was this weird imbalance between on the one hand, acknowledging like we don't know what's going on, but we're super certain about what you have to do and what kind of person you are if you don't go along with it.
Right. Yeah, that really shifted stuff for me too. I also have like a really good memory, so I remember things that were put forward as like silly fun theories 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know, maybe this is crossing the line, but some of the Pizzagate stuff, if you got into Pizzagate before Epstein was arrested,
Right.
and then when Epstein got arrested, you're just like, wait, all of the elements that are true about this story, you told me were the most ridiculous parts. The most ridiculous part is not that that place had a basement. The most ridiculous part was that high-powered people were doing crap on islands with kids. That was the most ridiculous part, right?
Right.
So
Well,
if that part is the true part,
I
sorry.
remember thinking during that time, this is where I first started, like, this was way before I knew about Grim Grizz, but this is where I first started realizing that like LARPing was like a thing that was going on in like
Right.
everyday life all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the time I had a decent boss and I was a window washer. And so he was basically like very honest with us where he was like, I don't think that we ethically are an essential business, but I know that you guys need the paycheck, so I'm going to try to claim essential business as soon as possible. That being said, we still had like 2 or 3 weeks off where we couldn't work. But I remember what you're talking about, the confidence. And I remember at the time, and forgive me, David, because I do love that you're a theater kid, but I was a band guy. So, you know, there's inherent beef there, you know, real Capulet.
Okay,
and,
this is important. I do theater. I don't want to be a theater kid.
That's what they all say.
I'm sorry, dude. Like, I don't want to be a music nerd either, or a theology or philosophy nerd, but them's the breaks, kiddo. You do theater, like no one else.
I am
should
not
be
a
called
theater
kid.
nerd, okay? I'm not a theater kid.
Maybe, you know, I'll leave my heretical, hypotheticals aside. But I remember thinking that it was a lot of people who had like played the part of like, just think about like high school, like student government, right? Like there was always that kid or set of kids who were like took it a little too seriously. You know, and it was like, I saw what you did at the party last weekend. You are not like in charge of me. I remember feeling that in high school. And that's kind of how I felt about a lot of the regulations, especially the local ones where, you know, like county to county, is it in the city or is it in the county? Because if it's in the city, there's certain rules. If it's in the county, there's a whole different set of rules. And at one point that was even mask or no mask, right? Because it became the wrong social signal to be one of the ones who had hoarded up masks and not left enough for the essential workers, right? And so all of those dynamics that for me was when I was like, oh my goodness, the theater kids have this image in their mind of what the person of authority looks like, and they're just acting that out. They're not actually that. They aren't like, they don't have whatever, you know, what do they call it in Chinese? Manifest destiny? No, that's America. Never mind. They weren't the Lord's anointed. You know, but they were like play acting as it.
Yeah.
You know, for whatever reason, I saw an article or something this morning, and it got me thinking about the topic again, but it just sort of hit me afresh. Like, I don't know how many people died. I mean, I know it's in the millions. And to my knowledge, there's been no accountability for anybody. And so on the one hand, that's its own thing, right? But it opens this can of worms. Like, if you had asked me 6 years ago, like, hey, there's a event that happens on a global scale and it results in the death of millions of people, and we can trace back who's responsible for it. Like, it never would have occurred to me that, like, yeah, they won't be held accountable. Not only will they not be held accountable, but like, by and large, people don't even raise a fuss about it. Like, even having this conversation now and bringing it up, it's, you know what I mean? And I think some of it is just, you know, shiny object, that just happens so fast, and people's attention spans are so low, so short. But that's a destabilizing thing. And I'm like, okay, so things that you kind of put on autopilot, or you allow to exist kind of in the realm of faith, I go, oh, wow, yeah, my faith is completely misplaced in this. You know what I mean? Because I live in a world where millions of people can die, and like it's not even a big enough deal that we figure out who's responsible and hold them accountable. And so, to what extent are we preventing the same series of events from happening in the future? Like, as far as I can tell, like basically zero. In fact, I would argue that if you can get away with something like that, you're emboldened. You're going to be more likely to,
Absolutely.
Operate nefariously on a large scale. So anyway, I don't mean
it's tough
be
out
like
here.
too much of a downer, but like that those threads all kind of lead to other threads, which is just more unwinding. And then before you know it, it's like we're all singing the sweater song, and we've all unraveled all our threads, and we don't even have the fun of like enjoying Weezer together. It's just nakedness.
We can't even have Weezer anymore. The meta crisis has made its way all the way to Weezer. This is
They took it from us.
I want to welcome for the first time on the McMo stream. Some have called him the hot girl of the corner, the hot new girl of the corner.
That's an understatement.
Kahi making a tear of sharing his content with us. Found out that he has a history in spoken word poetry. So I need to get out the bongos and the snaps, perhaps. See, just in the presence of a poet, you start rhyming
word
more.
Poetry. There is a way that it is helpful to speak when you are performing spoken word poetry.
Well, the thing is, they write it down normally. It's not really a freestyle type of situation. But I will say, I have heard people make fun of slam poetry so well that it was just slam poetry. Which is a wonderful, it's a wonderful thing. And honestly, slam poetry isn't that bad. It's kind of just like it's like a rap battle for white people, basically.
Remember, Embody, there is no agency.
I wish I had some of Grimm's other branding, but I only play the branding that I make for Grimm. But yeah, that like old school soul version of that is incredible.
You're not supposed to get high in your own supply, Mo.
I just don't want to appropriate other people's hard work that was meant for Grimm,
Fair. Why you gotta be so righteous?
Well, I wanted to hear from Ethan, but he looks like he just wanted to put us in the background and let us watch him like tie his shoes or something.
He's gonna cook something.
Okay. Listen, I just got back from church. I gotta cook lunch. You were giving me garbage earlier for not coming on stream when I was listening to you while I was in the shower. So here I am. I came on stream. I've always wanted to come on your streams because you look like you have so much fun on your streams. But usually on the weekends, I try not to be on the internet. But I saw David J. Bustel in here, and I don't know who Dan is, but Dan looks cool, so I just want to come say hi.
What I'm hearing you say, Ethan, is that you're feeling conflicted and like Mo's being hard to please. Is that fair? Am I hearing that right?
Oh man, that was such deft relational counseling move. I stand in awe of it. That was really well done.
I'm boning up on my therapy speak.
That's good. What were you gonna say, David?
Do you like conspiracy theories? Are you down with them?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I like listening to them. I like listening to them more than I like believing them. But yeah, I'm pretty down. Like I've never heard anything more intense in these here parts than some of my in real life friends. And because the things that the people you hang out with influence you the most, like I probably believe stuff that's way wilder. But then also I have a pretty absurd metaphysics, so it kind of accounts for a lot without me being very surprised.
Well, and people are most open to talk about stuff that is already accepted, especially in an online one. So like I'd say a good number of people believe the lab leak now. I mean, that's like a vast number of people believe in it. But like the exact same reasons why people believe that, there's people that believe the same about Lyme disease. But that one's not popular. you bring that one up, you're going to look way more crazy. Even among
All you
people
gotta
that
say
already
is that-
are pro-lab.
All you got to say now is that the American Wuhan was near the place where Lyme disease started. That's kind of
Yeah, that's it. That's you just go.
That's
Is
all you
that
gotta say.
suspicious? No, not
Ain't-
suspicious. Okay, cool.
Ain't that curious?
Wait,
But this
sorry.
is the other thing too.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want the conspiracies that are just fun, because there's a couple of them that are just bananas. Like one time,
I got
they
some for you.
wondered if they could weaponize mosquitoes. So
They did.
They dropped a mosquito bomb and traced how many people got attacked by like these mosquitoes. And you just go, they didn't drop a bomb of How do you even make a bomb of mosquitoes? It's just like, I don't know, but they did. Just who knows?
It is curious that both. Well, there are a lot of. Well, I don't need to get into that. It seems like there's a lot of things that happen that they blame on creatures that are that end up not having cures to our knowledge, that spring from origins very suspiciously close to research facilities. But all that being said, that's not a fun experience. That's not a fun conspiracy theorist for me. It hits close to home for various reasons. But what is a fun one, I'll tell you, is, well, also I hate mosquitoes. So first and foremost, if they weaponize mosquitoes, good, because I'm trying to kill as many of those already as I can. But so the funnest conspiracy theory that I've heard in a very long time, and it's probably not polite to call it a conspiracy theory. I just call it that because it's the most extreme view that has been really well reasoned in a kind of self-enclosed worldview that, when I view it from that perspective, makes complete sense. Because one of my best friends kind of posited this thought, and I don't know what he's kind of constantly tweaking his ideas about reality. And sometimes he just kind of puts something out there. So I don't even know to what extent he would kind of hold to this.
Mo, this is a safe place. You
But
can
here it
say
is.
anything.
Oh yeah, no,
and the love's there.
I'm okay. I'm setting it up. I'm not afraid.
Place your bets now. Is it going to be
Tee
about
off,
Bigfoot
baby.
or the Jews?
Tee
No,
off.
Place
here
your
it is.
bets
Neither.
now.
Neither. You've heard of old Earth creationism. You've heard of young Earth creationism. This guy thinks that it is younger than young Earth creationism. That essentially we can't trust any of our religions, traditions, history. His best guess was that Jesus was about 1,000 years ago, and that the Middle Ages were basically a psyop by a big printing press to basically convince everybody that there was this long period of time where, like, we don't really know what happened in that time period. So it brings in kind of the mystery of the Catholic Church and why are they hiding? What's hidden in those dark ages? What are you guys keeping secret from us? Like, what, why do we all hate scholasticism? So, but then it also gets into that he thinks that the whole Old Testament was basically meant to explain Jesus. He thinks that Jesus was basically such a scandal and such a bomb that, like, we can't trust anything that anybody wrote about him. All we can barely say that there was this really important guy, and we don't know what exists beyond that. So that's my funnest conspiracy theory. One of them. I could probably think of other ones.
There are people that don't believe in time, right? Like Philip K. Dick had this whole bit where he believed he was having a conversation with a woman, and it was like really compelling to him, and he shared it with a friend, and the friend just went, "That's from the Book of Acts." And he became convinced that right now was the Book of Acts. Like that the Bible is always. And so we're in, it's not the future, it's not the past, it's always. And you're in always. It's not a different time at all. And the notion of chronology is just like a way of trying to make sense of things, but it's not the case at all. That made it into, what is the name of that movie? Waking Life. If you've ever seen Waking Life, there's a section where they talk about the Philip K. Dick believed it was always.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Ethan, what's your preferred conspiracy theory or your favorite? Or Dan. See, Ethan's got his hands full. Sorry, bud.
Favorite conspiracy theory. I mean, like, I guess if it's just favorite, I guess it's Bigfoot. And I got an uncle in Pennsylvania who like really believes and goes on hunts. And
Oh yeah.
I mean, I more or less believe. Also, okay, David, you were just talking about during your Bible study how Bigfoot has 6 toes.
Absolutely. More than one person has I don't make the claim. I've never seen Bigfoot, all right? But people who see Bigfoot report
That's probably
that
why he
has
walks
6
so funny.
fingers.
Yeah, so Bigfoot, but also Bigfoot as a Nephilim.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
that's a very popular theory in the US.
And it is crazy. Everywhere that Bigfoot is popular, girls do seem to be into like big, burly, hairy men. That like goes hand in hand with the, like Bigfoot areas.
So you think it's a fantasy?
No, I think it's a damn hybrid, a cursed of God.
Yeah.
Have you guys
Trying
heard
to bring
of
back
Missing
the
411?
North Carolina. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Missing 411. Have you guys heard of that?
No, please enlighten us.
It's a book written by this guy who's like a big Bigfoot guy, but he records all these like really weird missing persons cases in national parks.
Hmm.
And there's some accusations that the National Park Service hides some information about these cases and won't comment on them.
They're really weird. That one just made me feel bad. I didn't come to any conclusions. I just felt awful.
Oh, okay. Now I know my favorite conspiracy theory. It's that the Smithsonian is hiding the giant bones.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely. It took me a minute because there's so many good ones, and
that's incredible. Yeah,
that's probably my favorite.
Yeah, because there are multiple newspapers that reported people picking up the bones. So it's like, well, what happened to the bone? Easy answer. Smithsonian has them.
Okay, so I don't. There's that guy who's been on Joe Rogan about the dinosaur bones, and I know he's in Alaska somewhere, but I don't know where or how far I am from him. But I'm gonna try to go see him.
You should. You might not have to travel that far though, Ethan, because there's a lot of stories about like farmers that are still living in the southeast and central United States. And they'll say like they found this thing and then somebody comes and confiscates it, and these guys are still alive, and I don't know, maybe they're all crazy or just liars, but it seems like a really weird thing for like some old man to make that up, but who knows.
All right, that made me remember another fun conspiracy theory, and this one I think I actually believe, which is I believe that there are subterranean megacities run by the government. People that down there sign, what are they called? NDAs, and it's military. It's run by the military, but I'm just thinking like there's probably like underground military bases that are the size of cities, and of course they don't tell us about them because like that's where they put important people when the bombs go off. But like, but then I've friends of friends and sources of sources have confirmed that people. The story goes that people who have clearances or whatever, when gotten drunk at a bar and asked what the coolest thing was that they could kind of like actually talk about, it was the underground cities. So take it for what it's worth, but I don't know. I think there's something to that one.
Yeah, they say there's something under the airport in Denver.
Denver Airport has a lot of different ones about it.
It's all like that stuff's kind of unfalsifiable. Like the stuff that I find the most fun is the stuff that I feel like I can maybe possibly, push one way or the other in terms of like, okay, real world experience says this is more viable or, ridiculous.
Well, with some of these overlap too, right? So there was a theory kicking around that the reason why there's Nephilim after the flood is because some of them went underground. Like they went into caves and they survived in like air pockets. They come out afterwards, that's where like Goliath and all of them come from.
Mhm.
But then that has this other idea that there's becomes these subterranean kind of cities. And so sometimes that's where the giants are. That's where all this stuff is. In LA, it's actually like pretty well known. Here, let me show a picture. So this right here is an oil. It's an oil well. Okay, it looks like an office building, but all the windows are fake. It's actually an oil well, but people don't want to see an oil well. Oh, sorry. Yeah, people don't want to see an oil well in the middle of the city. So what they do is they build things that look like buildings, like they look like they're skyscrapers or whatever, but in reality, it's an oil. It's like, yeah, they're pumping oil, they're taking it out of the ground, right? So
There's places. There's places in like near the beach. Like I'm thinking of there's a place in Huntington Beach where there's just an oil rig in like a suburban neighborhood. Like it's like house, coffee shop, house,
yes,
oil rig, house, you know, Chipotle.
But especially in places in California, you can imagine that people would not be okay with that. So what you do is you still do it. You just make it look like it's not happening, which means that there is people right now in LA in completely non-conspiratorial thinking who go underground to work a job that other people don't believe exists there in the place. Right. And a lot of people don't even label this as a conspiracy because you just have to Google it and it comes up right away. Right. But just think about what that means, that there's a bunch of stuff that's happening underground that's like 2 clicks on the internet away from turning out to be true. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think some of the psychology, some of what allows actual conspiracies to flourish is the fact that it's so destabilizing to entertain certain things. Right. So even if we're talking lab leak and I can show somebody some evidence, which to me was compelling, they might have a reflexive inclination to just push back really hard, to even get angry at you because, you know, I think it's fairly subconscious, but like they realize like, if I missed this, or if I was wrong about this, or if I didn't know about this thing that was, you know, so close to my everyday life, what else am I missing? Right. And that's an exhausting thought to entertain, right? You can't, at some point, you can't function day to day.
I wish that this were a Discord conversation rather than a public YouTube conversation right now. But because of some personal reasons, I have lots of skills in assessing someone's openness to talk conspiracy theories or not. Nothing like shady, like, you know, I just don't want to talk about work today, mostly. But it's also striking to, oh man, I forgot what I was going to say. There was there's another conspiracy theory I want to hear you guys take on. What the heck is going on in Antarctica? Oh, somebody's getting a text or a call.
I don't know what's happening in Antarctica, but looks like there's some stuff going on down there.
Did you guys ever read H.P. Lovecraft?
I'm not a big reader. I save most of my reading for the Bible and Kierkegaard.
I love you for admitting that, Mo. I'm also like not half the reader I want to be, but yeah.
Let me change my answer. Actually, I don't read him. I own his books. I've never read any story of his. I've listened to them.
There we go.
Because they're all public domain, so there's an infinite number of recordings. It's great. But his whole thing was like they go down to Antarctica to discover like some fossils, a bunch of anthropologists, and they find these creatures that are a combination of everything, because it's like before animals and fungus even like parted from each other.
Have
so
gender,
it's like
though, right? They still, please, David, tell me they still have gender. Please.
I can't remember. I can't even remember what they're called. I was thinking about it earlier, though, because of something Dan said, which was the idea that common in Lovecraft's imagery is you learn something and characters will think, oh, this is interesting. And they'll think it's kind of harmless to learn something. But it's like, no. if you learn this thing, it may just like break you. There's no coming back to it. Like coming back from it. It's just, it will drive you. Like many of his characters at the end are in insane asylums because of something that happened.
David, have you heard of The King in Yellow?
Yes, I have.
Because that's definitely it's a precursor to Lovecraft, but it's actually written by a Catholic writer. And it's about a series of short stories, and around those short stories is a play that if you read it, you go insane.
Yeah.
And then a lot of weird stuff starts happening.
Try me.
What do you mean try you?
Yeah.
I'll read the play. I'm not afraid of going
Oh,
insane.
yeah.
Joe, welcome, sir. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah.
You got any insight on what's going on in Antarctica? If not, I'll give it to David. It sounded like he was about to say something.
Let's hear David first. I'll think about Antarctica a little bit.
It was just the image from Genesis. In Genesis, when you learn something, it's like eating it. You're not separate from the thing that you're learning.
Mm-hmm.
When you learn, when you partake of the knowledge of good and evil, it's inside of you. It's part of you, and you can't undo it. You just have to live with the consequences of it forever. Anyway, that's all. Cheery message.
Well, I don't have too many strong opinions about Antarctica, or conspiracy theories in general. I do enjoy them, but yeah, believing them is another thing. But Antarctica, I don't know. It's pretty easy for me to believe that there's like past civilizations there that probably have been like discovered and then kind of covered up, and then some people even go as far to believe that there's like a separate civilization that's been like underground there, which could possibly be, but I don't know.
See, I was raised a neoliberal, so I'm gonna need to see, like, I'm gonna have to watch Avatar again, because I'm like, put me in the robot mech suit and I'll connect to these outsiders. But yeah, I'm remembering now the idea that like Atlantis is actually Antarctica, and that it's because of the pole shifts, and that we're in for one soon, and that that's why they want Greenland, is because it's going to be like a primary or premier real estate when the poles shift, and and even now we're definitely going to get a note underneath, but like the foretold rising waters, they know it's not from what the reasons they say it is. Starts with a C, limit, ends with a change. They know it's from the pole shift, and that those waves are caused by a massive movement of the crust of the earth due to the magnetic sphere moving off of the axis of rotation. They know what's coming, and they're keeping us from it.
Did you see the thing about the sun dimming in the UK recently?
I saw the headline. Is it real? Is it true? Are they really? The Brits love being miserable. Like,
yeah,
what is wrong with them? They need a sunny day.
Everything about the whole issue that you just mentioned, there's like red flags going off left and right if you look at the messaging over time. That one's I think that's kind of the biggest one of our time, really, is the way that message has been embedded in children from very early age. I mean, like when I was a little kid, it was acid rain, and then they used a different term which had to do with rising temperatures, and then
chocolate rain.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, so good. Stays on the reference. Come on, this is why we do this, people.
Shout out to our forefathers. What's his name? Tanze?
Tezonde.
Tezonde. Yeah, Tezonde ran so that we could walk slowly behind him.
Nobody goes viral like that, man. the scripture that says like in the end days it'll be as in the days of Noah. I think that's a reference to the hybridity, and we see that all around with the kind of erosion of traditional identities. It seems, I don't know, here's my conspiracy theory, is that this obsession with the erasure of identity is kind of like tilling the soil for the AI stuff, and this idea that you can be whoever you want in the meta perverse and all that stuff. basically mark of the beast stuff.
That was part of the issue with having a good memory, is that 20 years ago, I had this one professor who, because I went to Bible college, who was really into transhumanism, and gay marriage had just been put through in Canada. And he was just like, this isn't actually about gay marriage. What this really is about is they're going to try to make boys into girls by castrating them as children. And we're just like, are you like, I don't think that's what it's about, Scott. Like, it was one of my professors. And like a couple of years ago, I called him and would just went, oops, do people call you and apologize? Like, because we thought you were crazy. When he was just like, this is what the next thing that's going to happen is they're going to make boys into girls. And some of the girls are going to think that they're dogs. And we're like, what are you talking about? It just seemed like the craziest thing imaginable.
And again, how quickly we go from sitting in a classroom where even hearing him say that sounds so crazy to now it like people are like, it's just normal life stuff. You know what I mean? It's like our conception of what is.
I don't know. Dan.
It's just so rooted in the present. Go ahead.
I think we're in one mental institution, pointing to the mental institution across the way, saying, "Well, at least we're not like those guys." I think that yes, there are more people who are like really into conspiracy theories, or like at least open to hearing people talk about them and like kind of realizing. But I guess I'm sad to say it, but I'm fairly cynical that like any of like even the knowledge of any of these being 100% true, and if everybody accepted it, just I have lost all of my hope that like that's even going to change anything. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
I don't know if that I don't know if that's a pushback or not.
No, I don't think it is. I think
that
very
is
much
the place you end up.
That's kind of what I was trying to say. Is that it's just alarming at how I don't know, like how unstable things can get, and people are just like, oh, it's just normal, like it's just because it makes you wonder, like, where's the limit? Like, we don't have a limit.
Even ones I don't buy, I try not to judge, because the world is so silly. Like, that's part of it. When you learn some of this stuff, it just becomes so silly that it's like, I don't know, man, we're trying our best. That's part of why, like, honestly, going back to Calvinism, like, we are so at the mercy of this ridiculous world that we're in, that we have to come to a place where we're like, I am trying my best. If this is a simulation, I hope I'm beating the game. Like, I hope I'm doing a good job. And I've prayed to God, and I'm not a Calvinist, but I've prayed, Lord, keep me, otherwise I won't be kept. Like, if you don't keep me, I won't be kept, right? Because it is just so silly, the world that we're in. And so we try our best, but that also gives me patience with other people. Their psyop is not as fun as mine, or like their badly constructed pyramid is not as fun as mine. Like, what are we talking about? We're just living in lean-tos. No one actually has a mansion. It's just like, sorry.
Do you guys remember? I think the masks were actually kind of a humiliation ritual on some point. Because let me back up a little bit. So like I got into this stuff right around the same time I found Peugeot and the symbolic world, and kind of had to try to untrain myself from my not thinking symbolically to thinking symbolically. And, I think it's symbolically apropos that, it was a respiratory virus, right? Yeah. Like a spirit virus.
Yeah.
Clearly, it goes around.
And you can only be
Worldwide.
safe by being the distance away from each other that a coffin is buried. 6 feet.
Yes, yes. Let's go with 6 feet. Let's
Yeah,
go
why
6 feet.
6? Yeah.
And we're gonna cover up everyone's face,
Yeah.
right? Which is like symbolic of taking away their identity and their ability to speak. And then remember when Fauci's like, one day the masks, they don't work, and then like a couple of days later it's like, no, but if you wear 2 or 3 masks, that gives you the optimal coverage that you're gonna need. And I'm like, wow, like this is a very high IQ guy, like looking you straight in the camera and being like, I'm gonna humiliate you, I'm gonna make you so confused you don't know what to think, because I'm in charge and I can do what I want, and I will. Like that's the kind of flex that we were seeing on the daily. And yeah, I am the science.
People in the corner, there needs to be a re-examination of the meaning of ice cream licking. Do you guys know about this one?
No, but
it's a Jonathan Pajot video that occurred right before lockdown. Okay, so it's 5 years ago, and it was like right before any of this stuff happened. And he was talking, so there was a challenge before where people, and it was on TikTok and stuff, where people would go into a grocery store, open a container of ice cream, lick it, put the lid back on, and put it back. And there was other videos of people taking like iced tea at a grocery store, spitting in it, closing it, putting it back. And it was like all over the internet. And Pajot was just like, he was talking about the symbolism that he's talked about many times before, which is the beast and the whore and what the relationship is, like extreme mixture, but then lockdown. And so he uses the term lockdown. He says what is about to happen next is lockdown. And it's right before COVID. It's like, it's before anyone was talking about COVID. He was talking about, this is just about to happen, everybody. And it's, yeah, even if you're going through the most recent comment, people were not recognizing what it was at the time. So it's an interesting thing.
I'm kind of relieved after hearing all of that, because I did expect that the whole ice cream liquor thing was going to be a slur used in the theater community about people who were not, who go to shows and then get ice cream afterwards and just lick their ice cream while they critique the sound design and music of and the singing. That's what I thought I thought we were going there.
That's great. I really thank you, McMo. I really like insults that aren't, or like swearing that isn't. Calling someone like dillweed or something like that.
The guy's a real ice cream liquor. We got a real ice cream liquor on our hands, fellas.
Ice cream liquor is like almost, it's what's so funny is that you can get almost pornographic without saying anything dirty.
Well, there's no need for that here. It's not a competition. Yoav, can you please bring some dignity back to my stream? I try to have these things be mature, calm, affairs. And the people that come on this stream, they just seem determined to turn it into the worst of the worst, spitting malinformation. The stream is full of malinformation. So we need your help, Yoav. What have you been thinking about? Get us back on track.
No, sorry. I'm more on the direction of putting you further off track this evening.
Are you too an ice cream liquor? Are you coming out as an ice cream liquor in this very moment, Yoav? You're just an ice cream liquor
No, I
like
am
us?
not an ice cream liquor because I'm lactose intolerant, so I cannot have ice cream.
A frozen yogurt liquor, the worst kind of ice cream liquor.
Yeah, that I could do. Now, first I want to convey my happiness and relief to have found you guys. I don't think that up until this evening, I don't think I really understood why I'm hanging with those bunch of Christians and why are we talking about gods and ethics so much? What use can possibly come out of all these abstract theologic discussions? And I think I got my answer this evening, because all of these conspiracy theories, nobody discusses them. I mean, none of my friends at work, no one in my family, no one around me. I mean, as far as anybody that I know in my real life, conspiracies don't exist. None of them are ever true. They're all normies to 100%. And those are people that I always appreciate as being extremely intelligent, well educated, independent thinkers. People that have proved themselves all through my life as to being independent thinkers and their own men. They all failed me. Everybody. No one was saved. And experimentally, I was trying to warn people around me. Like I took at the time of the pandemic, HR forced us to bring us certificates of vaccination in order to be allowed to come back to work. And I was trying to tell two of my colleagues, get vaccinated if you wish, don't get vaccinated if you wish. I'm not telling you what to do with your body medically. Don't you dare produce those certificates to HR. You put those certificates to HR, you're losing your world. It's a straight way to hell. And of course, they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And now things are unfolding and at work, and I'm occasionally telling you, well, when I told you that you're going to put those, just bring those certificates and you're going to lose your world, here you are losing your world.
Well,
so
Yoav, it's especially important that you guys over there, that you guys get your ideas correct, because you're the ones apparently ruling the world. So if you're controlling all the world's governments, it's very important that you guys have the highest level of ethics.
And the weather.
Thank you for mentioning it, because I was about to qualify and say, your conspiracy theories are not the same as mine. I firmly believe in some conspiracy theories that you have not heard of, and I not participating in any conspiracy theories that you mentioned about Jews or about Israel, and it's always strikes me freshly, like extremely intelligent and well-learned people like the academic agent was proving himself to be a really genius in analyzing politics in his country and in Europe. The level of misunderstanding that he demonstrates about the Middle East is just, well, this is humanity for you. So your conspiracy theories are not mine, and vice versa.
To be fair, Yoav, I was kindly not talking about the conspiracy theories involving your people, because I know that you're a watcher, and I would tell you them in real life, but I don't want to necessarily tell them on the internet, all of them. But that being said, I'm far more interested because, well, never mind. I'm far more interested in hearing what your conspiracy theories are that we haven't even heard of.
Yeah,
that's what we need to hear. We need
I
to hear the news stuff.
I will gladly go.
I'm excited to tell other people. I'm like, if you think our conspiracies are crazy, just think about what conspiracies the Jews believe in. I'm sorry, my friend. Oh,
The
sorry,
conspiracy
sorry.
of
I
my
don't want to.
conspiracy is my conspiracy.
No,
Yeah.
no,
I don't want you to get in trouble.
I actually don't know of any specifically Jewish conspiracy theories. What I can add to the discussion is tell you about some Russian conspiracy theories. And I can also produce scientific evidence to support some of your favorite
I'm
conspiracy.
listening.
But first, I want to say that the day when I grew up, I was always the brightest kid in school.
Not to brag.
Because I spent more of my time reading books than playing football. And I was especially good at history. And I was so good that one time my school sent me to a local competition, inter-school competition about history. So I was really the bright guy around, especially around history. And I thought I knew it. And especially we are taught the history of Israel and the history of Zionism. And this is we spend a lot of hours on it, and I thought I knew it. And then when I was already grown up and I was driving my car on the way to work or back, and I was listening to some conversation between on the radio. And they were raising the question, how did Zionism succeed? Because the brief history of Zionism is that up to 1925, it failed. It was a chain of misery because, the land was poor. You could hardly grow your own food. A bit like the story of the first pilgrims in America. You really had to work to take care not to starve to death, because it was the desert and wasn't a place to live. You could grow something if you relied on very cheap labor, and there were cheap labor around the local Arab population. They were dirt poor. They were really sort of living in dirt houses and eating nothing but pita bread and water. And no social security and no health plan and whatsoever. It was a feudal country and at the time under freshly changing the ruler from the Ottoman Empire, which was very backwards, to the British Empire. But British didn't have much time to improve anything in 1925. So you can rely on cheap Arab labor just to survive, just to produce enough food so you and your family could eat. No way to build a Western style civilization as we were planning to do. And anyway, we didn't want to rely on cheap Arab labor. The whole idea of Zionism is that the Jews will stop being accountants and lawyers and start doing something with their hands, like actually agriculture and industry. We wanted to be a normal people and not to rely on cheap labor. It didn't work out. So one thing we tried was socialism. That was what kibbutzim. So we will gather into large groups and everybody will work and everybody will share the food. And even the women will work with the men in the field. So we'll assign the special caretaker to take care of the kids communally. So everybody can work, so we might grow enough food It didn't work. That was 1925. But 1935, everything was successful. We had the beginning of an industry. We had the beginning of cities. We have the beginning of a bourgeoisie class living in the city. Especially, we have no problem with the food supply. Lots of excess production. We could get ready because by 1948 we got a wave of refugees from Europe. All the rescued Jews from the Europe Holocaust that arrived to Israel in millions. We could receive them and feed them and clothe them. So, question: what changed? What happened in 1925 that moved Zionism from a failure to a success? And what I learned in school, because at that time Israel was a bit socialistic, the socialism saved us. The kibbutz, trade unions, central government, whatever. What I was taught in school, that basically communism saved us. Doesn't work, as you probably know. So then I'm listening to this discussion between two guys on the radio, and they say, by the way, 1925 is the introduction of the tractor. So when you have the tractor, you don't rely on cheap labor, and you can grow your food efficiently, and you get surplus.
So is the conspiracy that the Jewish Zionists invented the tractor?
No, I'm not even got to conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
I'm describing the day in which I woke up.
McMo, you should refer to them as the men with small hats. That way, you have to pay attention to who we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just describing a moment in which I realized that I cannot rely on what I learned in school. I have to think independently and logically. So who invented the tractor? Well, the tractor was invented globally, many places, and it changed many countries, and each country was changed differently. What happens with the tractor is that you get the economy of scale. If you have a large plot and you can use the tractor to work it out, then you earn a lot of money, then you can buy more plot and be more efficient, and then you can buy more tractors. So what happened in America is the emergence of larger and larger private farms because of the invention of the tractor and the combine and other machinery. What happened in the USSR is that the tractors were not acquired privately. The tractors were provided by the state. So you have the emergence of the kolkhoz, also large farms, but they belong to the state. And what happened in Israel is halfway in between, because there was not this central government in Israel. It was a colony of the Great Britain who couldn't care less. And there was not much of private capital. Everybody was dirt poor. But there were the socialist settling bodies. So a group of Jews of similar political convention, this place or other place on the political map doesn't matter, they will gather together and they will collect the money and they will buy the tractor for the people who belong to their party. So it was halfway. It was turned out to be an efficient mechanism. So you gave the tractors to people of your kind. So the Jews got to get the tractors and they got to settle the land and become rich. And the Arabs didn't work this way. There was no settling body for the Arabs that will buy the tractors and divide them between the Arab farmers. So they got left behind. So that was a new explanation of the world at large. And Zionism that was completely new to me. First time I heard it, and then everything, either in Israel or around the world, clicked into place. So I'm very open to conspiracy theories. Okay, my new conspiracy theory that I want to introduce to you is the icebreaker. Anybody heard about the icebreaker theory?
I don't think so.
Okay. It is about the Second World War. And the conundrum is like that. Stalin, at the start of the Second World War, was the most veteran leader in Europe. He was already on the top of the USSR for many, many years. And he is known to be not a very trusting man, not your typical Christian. I mean, it took a very low suspicion for Stalin to decapitate anybody. If you just look at him the wrong way, out you go. He never trusted anybody. So far, so good about what you know about Stalin? Say that it is.
Yep.
Now
It seems like all facts. Still waiting for the conspiracy.
Okay, the mainstream theory is there was only one person that Stalin trusted in the world, and that was Hitler. And Stalin and Hitler were friends, and they had this agreement with them, and they split Poland into two. And Stalin didn't let anybody say anything bad about his best friend Hitler. So when the Germans were amassing their army at the border between Germany and the USSR or in Poland, everybody were warning Stalin that, Hitler is a dangerous guy and something bad might happen very soon. And Stalin would not hear about it. He said, don't you say anything bad about my best friend Hitler, whom I trust so much. And then there was this invasion, the surprise invasion of Germany into the USSR, which caught Stalin completely by surprise. And the German moved very fast, almost all the way to Moscow. And by the grace of God and a lot of effort and many lives lost, the Germans were finally defeated at Stalingrad. That's the main mainstream theory. It just doesn't fit with any fact. First, it doesn't fit, but what I told you about the character of Stalin, and it doesn't fit depends who you believe, the records of the Russian army of the time, and it doesn't fit the geography. I will tell you one geographic fact that you can look up in the map. You know that the Germans were relying on blitzkrieg. blitzkrieg, then it's relying on very fast tanks and aeroplanes and motorcycles or whatever is a vehicle that can drive very fast. What do you need for a blitzkrieg? You need oil fields. It's essential for Germany to have oil fields. Okay? Where do you find oil? You find oil in the Middle East, which was governed by the British. You find oil in America, which was not friends with the Germans and anyway did not supply them with oil. And you can find oil in the USSR, which at the big, I mean, the German when German were at the gates of Stalingrad trying to get to the oil fields, but they never got there. So where did the German, I mean, all through the war, where did the German got their oil? Because they did use a lot of oil. Where did they get it from? The answer is Romania. There were large oil fields in Romania. And now you look at the map of Europe and you count mountain chains. How many mountain chains are there between Romania and Germany? How many mountain chains are there between Romania and the USSR? You find a lot of mountain chains between Romania and Germany, and only one mountain chain between Romania and the USSR. It means that first thing that happens if a war breaks between Russia and Germany is that Russia is crossing that only mountain chains and taking possession of the oil. Game over for Germany. It means that the German had to start first. Now, why were not the Russians prepared for it? Because they were all set for an attack. It's just that the Germans were one day earlier than the Russians. If the Germans would not attack, Russians will be there first. And as you know, at the time, there were not too many good roads in the USSR. So even if you drive unhindered, it will take you a lot of time to get to Moscow. Impossible, and in the spring and fall, when there is the melting of the snows, it will be impossible actually to drive to Moscow. The roads will be too muddy because there are no paved roads. The place where you have good roads is, of course, the motorbahns in Germany. Hitler was very good at improving the paved road in Germany. So the Russians would find it very easy to get to Berlin within 3 days, which the Germans could not. It means that the German had to strike first, and they had to strike one day before the Russians. And the Russians were not prepared because their plan was to attack first. That is the geopolitics of the icebreaker theory. And another aspect of the icebreaker theory is, why did the Russian elite, the USSR elite, why did they tolerate Stalin? Because as you might know, no country is ruled by one man. A country is always ruled by the oligarchy. Why did the oligarchy in the USSR accept Stalin? And Stalin was dangerous because he would kill a random number of them every year. The answer is what they promised them. Stalin promised the Russians oligarchy, he promised them the Europe continent. The idea is to start a war between Germany and the West. The West becomes weak, as it did. France is conquered by Germany, and then Russia invades Germany, and Germany cannot stand for Russia because of the surprise attack and because of the lack of oil fields, and then France falls by default. And then Stalin gets the whole of Europe, which, you know, at the end of the game, he got half of Europe. It's not a bad achievement. Another aspect of the story, why would be Stalin confident that he would win the war even if the Germans attacked first? We all know that a major aspect of Russia winning over Germany was the effect of the Russian winter. How did Stalin know in advance that winter is going to be his friend and he's going to win? Even if the German attacked, German will be stopped by the winter, and the Russians will take the territory back. The story is that the Russians' intelligence were following the price of wool in Europe, and they were looking for a point in time in which the price of wool will rise up in the markets in Europe. And then they will know that the Nazis are preparing winter uniforms for their army. And then they know that the Germans are going to attack, because you cannot attack Russia if you don't have warm coats. Now, it never happened. The price of wool never got up in the markets because the Nazis did not prepare the winter uniform, because they had to shoot first, and they invaded Russia unprepared because they had no choice, because what I said earlier. So they attacked Russia unprepared, without the warm uniform and without the proper logistics. So predictably, they failed. And yes, Russia lost a lot of people, but that doesn't matter much to Stalin.
The clock on the wall. On the 7th day of December 1941, it struck the 11th hour. Every hour after that has been, will be, 0 hour. 48 United States of a free and sovereign America are at war.
I might have skipped ahead there. I'm sorry. But I did want Dan. Thank you for coming by. I saw you typed out you had to leave. Thanks for stopping. Any final words for us? And then I think I might just ask for final words from everyone. I got to admit, Yoav, your conspiracy theories, they're a lot more related to facts and history than most of mine are. You know, you try to tell, and to be honest with you, I still don't know where the conspiracy theory is. It's just, but
you didn't even
such is life.
I wanted like a manatees are people level of conspiracy. His is just reasonable assessments of history.
Well, I haven't got to explaining why your theories make sense, but that maybe some other day.
I think we're gonna have to wait for another day. Dan, what do you got to leave with us, brother?
That would be good. I guess my closer is thanks. This has been tons of fun. Appreciate everybody here. And my final conspiracy is that the birds aren't real. Conspiracy theory is a psyop to discredit other legitimate conspiracy theories. As is flat Earth.
That's pretty good.
Flat Earth, okay,
that's pretty good.
So they're not all true. Gotta go, guys. Have a great week coming up. Take care.
See you, Dan.
Good to meet you.
I don't have to end it right now, but I do need to do a few chores before my wife gets home from work, and it's getting about that time, East Coast time. So I want to be a good husband, even as I am a mediocre stream host. But Joe, do you have any thoughts on the idea that perhaps World War II started because of oil
and Jewish tractors
and tractors?
I mean, is that actually what he was saying?
No, I honestly, I've been doing this for 4.5 hours, man. I could not. That story was. I was like, yeah, it was like an audiobook. It was like a great history audiobook, and I was
Yeah.
just like sitting back, relaxed, just kind of taking it in. I realized, oh shoot, I'm hosting a live stream right now, so I had to wake myself up with the branding. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. So maybe one of you guys can save me and get us back on track here.
I bet David has a nice little summary for us.
Yeah, David, can you do some Yoav splaining? You've spent the most time with him. Where was the conspiracy theory?
So I didn't really pick up. I kind of want to go back to something that kind of brought him here, which is that I feel that our space, the Peterson sphere, or this little corner of the internet, like it is almost inherently a little bit of a conspiratorial space. And the conspiracies is just a way of making a story coherent. It is meaning making, is seeing things like human brains are pattern recognition. And so it is very infuriating to be a human and you don't feel other people are recognizing patterns.
Yeah.
And that ability goes too far. Without a doubt, we have that all over the corner. But that's what I think kind of brought us here.
Yeah, I do think that we might need maybe I'll do a master class. Maybe I'll see if Symbolic World will host it, where I teach people how to talk about conspiracy theories to their normie friends. And it's like a class, so it's kind of like, back when I was like a teenager, I remember there was like shows on like Spike TV or something about like how to get girls or whatever. And they like give you this like work. I think we could really help because at the end of the day, there is something to it. It's like, it is kind of just storytelling.
Yeah.
And so like being a good storyteller, which Yoav is obviously, or else he wouldn't have entrapped us for like 20 minutes with that history of the world. But
this is why he missed Bible study on Thursday, so he had to make up time.
It was pent up. Yeah. Well, if
why did I miss it?
I don't know. Were you celebrating something?
Where was I?
I don't know. I saw sirens behind you.
Sirens, yes.
Were you arrested that day?
Why? What is he laughing about?
Look, that's another day. We're closing the stream. I'm not going to tell what I was doing with the police on Thursday.
Tell us, but start the timeline at like maybe Wednesday at the earliest. We don't need to go back to Abraham to figure out what happened on Thursday, if you don't mind.
Yeah. He's not doing it.
Are you going to tell us or not?
No, he's a silly little boy, and he's going to keep it to himself until he feels it's the right time.
Yeah, I'm going with he was arrested on petty crime, maybe like public indecency or something.
That's the fun. I'm waiting for your theories. This is why I'm delaying my answer. Next time.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait till next time. I don't know. That served as pretty good final thoughts. Unless anybody else has got something, I'll go ahead and play us out with some branding, followed by the beat I made on the stream. What do we think?
Sounds good.
All right. That settles it. See you guys.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th.
Actually, there's one better than that. This one.
But as long as there were only like one or two of them at a time, I could sort of manage. And I had the same issues with, often with church people, because having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Yeah, there you go, Chris. Clip that. Having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Someone will walk in, I remember. So then we had when someone would knock on my door and want to talk for 2 hours. My schedule could handle it. So I talked for 2 hours. So actually I've listened for 2 hours. And that was, in many ways, all the internet randos are just, basically get what all the homeless randos used to get.
We're the new homeless.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's true.
I taught you how to clip, right?
So,
you can clip mail for me. You can make a clip and then tweet it and then add Pastor Paul to say clip mail.
Hey, Pastor Paul.
Are you saying we should LARP as adults
with like civic, human, responsible duties? Why to do it again? That's really what we're trying to do. And give and act like fully mature men for the benefit of everyone. For the benefit of everyone, you said. Is that LARP like grown men for the benefit of everyone?
Is that what you're recommending people do on the other side of the LARP gate, Pastor Paul?
My question to you. Sir, from this side of the LARP gate, where
basically get what all the homeless randos used to get.
We're the new homeless.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's true. So, yeah, so that's, and it's lamentable because I...
Dude, god damn.
What happened here is really sad. It really is. That was the great period of American literature. The only great period of American literature was from 1893 to 1939. 1893 was the year that Stephen Crane published Maggie, A Girl with Streaks, which was the first American urban novel. And the final in the sequence was John Steinbeck in 1939 with The Grapes of Wrath. Now, that was such a great period that it was referred to over and over again as the flowering of American literature, and it influenced writers all over the world. And in France, they were going for the psychological, it seemed more elegant than all this mucking around in real life. And it happened in the Master of Fine Arts programs at universities. That's where writers come from now, Master of Fine Arts programs. I mean, you add up the education of the college education of Steinbeck, Hemingway, Faulkner, you got to about spring break of freshman year. But today, they're all getting Master of Fine Arts programs, and they're told, write about what you know, your inner psychology, never mind your external trouble. And it's just boring.
Well, and it's funny because, of course, as you were saying earlier, the thing to do is to write about what you don't know.
Well, that's the journalist in me. I'd like to write about what I don't know.
Now, again, this is a generalization. This was his generalization. But he was right. There's so many novels now where it's just one singular person's perspective, a lot of postmodern irony, a lot of psychological insights. But the old novel, the novel of Dickens, Dostoevsky, of Tolstoy, Hemingway, all of these people, basically is a dead item. It's either no one has time to read description anymore, no one has time for anything, really, because we're so consumed by the stuff in our hands, if you know what I'm saying. The comic book world also fell into this trap. Commercialism pushed them. They killed off Superman way back in the 90s. They killed him off, and of course they bring him back. But by doing that, you completely undermine the killing of the character. If you're going to kill him. But instead, because of the commercials, because of the big tentpole franchise entertainment of it all, you can't kill him. He's got more plot armor than anyone else on Earth. So we've seen endless comic books coming and going, but then they started to be invaded by the woke writers who started introducing all of these, shall we call them, diverse types of characters. I'm not going to go into which ones are good, which ones were not. My reports from the comic book field told me that essentially nobody really wanted is, and the comic book industry is collapsing.
I haven't even found one that's on the other side, like or even in the middle. Like everyone that at least puts out their politics leans that way. I'm like, it's telling you everything that you need to know. It's telling you everything that you heavily that way. Yeah, it's not even like they're like on the edge. It's like they're like all the way.
And I sold comics in San Francisco, right? And none of my I was about to say audience, none of my clients, none of my friends who came into that shop would go for this crap at all. As a matter of fact, most of them have cycled out of the shop. They told me they bailed out because they didn't like the comics anymore. These are San Franciscans. That should tell you something when you're alienating San Franciscans. And we're talking. I had a traditional superhero shop. There's a lot of shops here that are kind of indie and they like that kind of crap. Right. I attracted there's a lot of blue collar people here in San Francisco. Sure. That was my shop. I would like I said, lawyers, doctors, people who worked on cars, teachers, bus drivers, everybody, and they all like superheroes. That's it. And we all wanted to come together. And I always tell the story where I had my father-in-law talking to who was a Vietnam vet, 2 tours Vietnam vet. Helicopter pilot, talking to my friend Bill Selby, who painted the first Star Wars poster that wasn't a movie poster, who was a Vietnam protester hippie. Wow. And they were sitting there talking, having the best conversation in the world. We were just talking about pop culture and stuff. People who have probably hated each other. Yeah, absolutely. We're sitting there talking, having a nice little conversation, a lovely conversation, because comics and fandom and nerd to bring people together.
That's what makes it beautiful, right? Yeah. I know people hate that I bring this up, but this is the reality of the situation. In recent years, in recent decades, when it comes to DC and Marvel, the reason why some of the newer characters, definitely that are, let's say, not white male and straight, let's say that, the reason why they don't do as well is because the writers feel like they have to lead with that. If you think about white, straight male characters, even that have existed in the last 20 years, that have come about in the last 20 years, right? Even if you look at them, the ones that have stuck, pretty much every one of them, there's nothing about, well, let these guys tell it. If you're white, straight male, you have no like shortcoming, right? It's just the only thing that you can lead with is the story. That's it. The character, the story, and that's it. It forces the writer to be as creative as possible because he can't rely on whatever social politic nonsense. Yep. As to if these nowadays, if they create a black character, they have to lead with that. It's all about they're black. Everyone's like, and it dies off. They create a. We're seeing it right now. Can
he be a lawyer?
Yeah, right.
Just can he be a lawyer? Let's leave it with the lawyer, right? And forget what he looks like. And
bingo.
I don't know. I'm going to use this term. I will give you full credit forever. Yeah. And I don't know how I didn't hear this before, but honest representation. Yep. Honest representation means not effing talking about it. Yep. There's a show called The Expanse that I like, science fiction show. That is the perfect example on television of honest representation. They just make a TV show. They don't say anything about it.
What happened here is really sad. It really is. There was the great period of American literature. The only great period of American literature was from 1893 to 1939. 1893 was the year that Stephen Crane published Maggie of Roller Street, which is the first American urban novel. And the final in the sequence was John Steinbeck in 1939 with The Grapes of Wrath. Now, that was such a great period that it was referred to over and over again as the flowering of American literature. And it influenced writers all over the world. And in France, they were going for the psychological. It seemed more elegant than all this.
So then, every one of us shall give account of himself to God. Let us not therefore judge one another any more. Judge this rather, that no man put a stumbling block or an occasion to fall in his brother's way. I know and am persuaded by the Lord Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself. But to him that esteemeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. But if thy brother be grieved with thy meat, now walkest thou not charitably. Destroy not him with thy meat, for whom Christ died. Let not then your good be evil spoken of. For the kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Ghost. For he that in these things serveth Christ is acceptable to God and approved of men. Let us therefore follow after the things which make for peace, and things wherewith one may edify another. For meat, destroy not the work of God. All things indeed are pure, but it is evil for that man who eateth with offense. It is good neither to eat flesh, nor to drink wine, nor anything whereby thy brother stumbleth, or is offended, or is made weak. Hast thou faith? Have it to thyself before God. Happy is he that condemneth not himself in that thing which he alloweth. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin. Chapter 15. We then that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak, and not to please ourselves. Let every one of us please his neighbor for his good and edification. For even Christ pleased not himself, but as it is written, the reproaches of them that reproached thee fell on me. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the Scriptures might have hope. Now the God of patience and consolation grant you to be like-minded one toward another, according to Christ Jesus, that ye may with one mind and one mouth glorify God, even the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Wherefore receive ye one another, as Christ also received us to the glory of God. Now I say that Jesus Christ was a minister of the circumcision for the truth of God, to confirm the promises made unto the fathers, and that the Gentiles might glorify God for his mercy. As it is written, For this cause I will confess to thee among the Gentiles, and sing unto thy name. And again he said, Rejoice, ye Gentiles, with his people. And again, Praise the Lord, all ye Gentiles, and laud him, all ye people. And again Isaiah said, There shall be a root of Jesse, and he that shall rise to reign over the Gentiles. In him shall the Gentiles trust. Now the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, that ye may abound in hope through the power of the Holy Ghost. And I myself also am persuaded of you, my brethren, that ye also are full of goodness, filled with all knowledge, able also to admonish one another. Nevertheless, brethren, I have written the more boldly unto you in some sort, as putting you in mind, because of the grace that is given to me of God, that I should be the minister of Jesus Christ to the Gentiles, ministering the gospel of God, that the offering up of the Gentiles might be acceptable, being sanctified by the Holy Ghost. I have, therefore, whereof I may glory through Jesus Christ in those things which pertain to God. For I will not dare to speak of any of those things which Christ hath not wrought by me, to make the Gentiles obedient by word and deed, through mighty signs and wonders, by the power of the Spirit of God. So that from Jerusalem and round about unto Illyricum I have fully preached the gospel of Christ. Yea, so have I strived to preach the gospel, not where Christ was named, lest I should build upon another man's foundation, but as it is written, To whom he was not spoken of, they shall see, and they that have not heard shall understand. For which cause also I have been much hindered from coming to you. But now, having no more place in these parts, and having a great desire these many years to come unto you, whensoever I take my journey into Spain, I will come to you. For I trust to see you in my journey, and to be brought on my way thitherward by you, if first I be somewhat filled with your company. But now I go unto Jerusalem to minister unto the saints, for it hath pleased them of Macedonia and Achaia to make a certain contribution for the poor saints which are at Jerusalem. It hath pleased them verily, and their debtors they are. For if the Gentiles have been made partakers of their spiritual things, their duty is also to minister unto them in carnal things. When therefore I have performed this, and have sealed to them this fruit, I will come by you.
And as an old man, he finds himself in a place that he has a memory from long, long ago. As I drive to the junction of lane and highway, and the drizzle bedrenches the wagonette, I look behind at the fading byway, and see on its slope, now glistening wet, distinctly yet, myself and a girlish form benighted in dry March weather. We climbed the road beside a chaise. We had just alighted to ease the sturdy pony's load, when he sighed and slowed. What we did as we climbed, and what we talked of, matters not much, nor to what it led. Something that life will not be balked of without rude reason, till hope is dead and feeling fled. It filled but a minute. But was there ever a time of such quality since or before in that hill's history? To one mind never, though it has been climbed foot swift, foot sore, by thousands more. Primeval rocks form the road steep, and as an old man he finds himself in a place that he has a memory from long, long ago. As I drive to the junction of lane and highway, and the drizzle bedrenches the wagonette, I look behind at the fading byway, and see on its slope, now glistening wet, distinctly yet, myself and a girlish form benighted in dry March weather. We climbed the road beside a chaise. We had just alighted to ease the sturdy pony's load when he sighed and slowed. What we did as we climbed and what we talked of matters not much, nor to what it led. Something that life will not be balked of without good reason, till hope is dead and feeling fled. It filled but a minute. But was there ever a time of such quality since or before in that hill's history? To one mind never, though it has been climbed, foot swift, foot sore, by thousands more. Primeval rocks form the road's steep border, and much have they faced there, first and last, of the transitory in earth's long border. But what they record in colour and cast is that we too passed. And to me, though time's unflinching rigour in mindless rote has ruled from sight and substance now, one phantom figure remains on the slope, as when that night saw us alight. I look and see it there, shrinking, shrinking. I look back at it amid the rain for the very last time. For my sand is sinking, and I shall traverse old love's domain never again.
Party at that point. We're doing
I think
things
that
like,
is a lot of
you
what
know,
this little
soliciting
corner is sort of.
shares.
I feel like we are trampling down social media with social media. Right, we are fighting YouTube with
foreclosed on
YouTube,
real estate,
fighting the
mortgage-backed
internet with the
securities,
internet,
right? You know,
using cheetah
so
guys.
when you don't have your
Using the
own,
powers of darkness
when you don't have your own
itself,
leaders on
we will
right
not be isolated. We will not be turned into consumers. We will
transition
have our
a massive one that they've been totally undeserved, did not reflect the damage that they've done. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but the point being is that
the channel and they know us, and we leave a comment, and the comment section is not just some angry screed.
I was friends with
a
a very eminent American poet
but
called Robert
that
Bly.
doesn't mean that it always
And
works.
he
I think that
I
is
asked
a
him
lot.
to do it. I said, would you read this manuscript
That is what
as
Jesus
if
is
in an
repeatedly
adversarial manner? You know, you've been very encouraging
Winking to camera and then
but
going to the
locate-
most outcast
locate the
person
enemy within me
in the
and
scene
have at it.
who is making everyone else
And
feel
he said to me, he said, the problem
this
is, he said,
understanding
you
that
dance
you
in
see
words so
of both
frequently,
natural tribalism
the
works,
reader
how
gets
homophily
dizzy
people like me
and cannot feel the grief
this
of your
deep-seated
ideas.
tendency to feel
Cannot feel the grief of your ideas.
around difference
And
and disagreement,
what is so
and how
admirable
actually
in the
practices of
heft
turning the
and
other
the
cheek,
ambition of that
praying
book
for those
is that it never becomes
loving your
pretentious.
neighbours,
And
like
you
seeking to
always
build
feel as a reader
radical communities,
that in a very
Greeks, Jews,
unpatronising
men,
way you
women,
are holding our
slaves,
hand as you
Roman centurions,
through this enormous project.
That is what Jesus is repeatedly doing.
That's very nice to hear. I was friends with a very eminent American poet called Robert Bly, and he once, I asked him to...
Even the way you just spoke, you must,
Spandex
Jesus didn't fly in at the end to rescue me.
Because I heard
so
you say
therefore,
a few
Spandex
times
Jesus
about
must not be
the
real.
nuclear clock, right? How
Spandex
many minutes
Jesus
are we
didn't
before
fly in
midnight?
at the end to rescue me.
What I say.
And so therefore,
Americans,
Spandex
because
Jesus must
the
not be
top
real.
Scientists, doomsday clock has mimetic currency with Americans.
I think that is a lot of what this little corner is sort of. I feel like we are trampling down social media with social media. right? We are fighting YouTube with YouTube.
You must
fighting the internet with the internet. And you're the cheater guys.
Right, because I heard you say a few times about the nuclear clause, right? How many minutes are we before midnight?
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.